2021-22. Building India for a new world. Competitiveness, growth, sustainability, technology.
So building India for a new world is something which we're carrying forward from last year. But the other words that we've used are competitiveness, growth, sustainability and technology. Competitiveness and growth have featured extensively over the last 30 years in the various themes. For me, climate change and technology are going to be very, very important for us over the next few decades. CII has always been pioneering in its thought process, and I think it's important for us to lead the way on this.
CII in 2021-22 charted new initiatives to strengthen industry competitiveness across its pillars of intervention. CII placed strong stress on accelerating vaccination and building macroeconomic stabilizers for growth. At the CII annual meeting in August 2021, the Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urged CII members to leverage the new reform policies.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भारतीय उद्योगों पर है और मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार आपके साथ है, आपके हर प्रयास के साथ है.
Through 8 task forces, CII made impactful suggestions during successive pandemic waves on policies to support business, expand oxygen production and ensure quick vaccination. CII's project Vaccine Nation covered millions of beneficiaries through vaccination camps. Its relief work continued to help...
Hello, check. Mic testing. Hello, check.
Which we're carrying forward from last year. But the other words that we've used are competitiveness, growth, sustainability and technology. Competitiveness and growth have featured extensively over the last 30 years in the various themes. For me, climate change and technology are going to be very, very important for us over the next few decades. CII has always been pioneering in its thought process, and I think it's important for us to lead the way on this.
CII in 2021-22 charted new initiatives to strengthen industry competitiveness across its pillars of intervention. CII placed strong stress on accelerating vaccination and building macroeconomic stabilizers for growth. At the CII annual meeting in August 2021, the Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urged CII members to leverage the new reform policies.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भारतीय उद्योगों पर है और मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार आपके साथ है, आपके हर प्रयास के साथ है.
Through 8 task forces, CII made impactful suggestions during successive pandemic waves on policies to support business, expand oxygen production and ensure quick vaccination. CII's project Vaccine Nation covered millions of beneficiaries through vaccination camps. Its relief work continued to help distressed sections of society through healthcare interventions and medical equipment. CII's proactive policy advocacy worked towards creating a facilitative environment for economic recovery with close interaction with the government. CII's pre-budget memorandum and many publications based on in-depth analysis and research provided roadmaps to guide policymakers on specific issues and sectors. Many CII recommendations found place in policy announcements over the year.
We value your inputs and I think it's, as always before, played a very critical role in the preparation of the budget, and I think that is fairly apparent. I would call upon industry to ensure that we don't lose this opportunity for India to reach a higher level of industrialization, manufacturing in India, and the global arena which is getting opened up.
CII's research and policy recommendations across a range of areas continue to identify best policy solutions to support industry. After many months, with the return of physical meetings, CII organized the first CII Global Economic Policy Summit, which brought together leading ministers, global economic thought leaders, and Indian industry to deliberate on India's growth process. New ideas were shared on investment, employment, global engagement, and social sectors, among many others. Across industry sectors, CII intensified its policy interventions to enable all the engines of the economy to accelerate over the year. It drove the agenda for ease of doing business and energized interventions for many sectors. CII partnered with the government for developing the vision for Industry at 100 in 2047. This covered horizontal enablers, 13 manufacturing sectors, 12 service sectors, and 5 sectors of tomorrow. In a world of change during this year, CII's external engagement continued unabated. The 27th CII Partnership Summit attracted global thought leaders and ensured new ideas and strategies for global connectivity.
My gratitude to you for bringing together so many ministers, so many captains of industry, so many different thoughts, and the variety of subjects that you have chosen for this partnership for building a new world, and with a focus on growth, competitiveness, sustainability, and technology. I think you have encapsulated what the world is looking for.
CII had the privilege of meeting visiting heads of government, opening opportunities for Indian industry. In line with the government's proactive trade negotiations, CII submitted well-thought inputs for FTAs with several countries. Large format events were held during the year, attracting thousands of delegates from across the world to develop closer business engagement with India. CII in-person business missions traveled to several countries during the year, meeting government and industry leaders and deepening Indian industry's external linkages. CII's pioneering partnership with Japan was recognized with the prestigious Japanese Foreign Minister's commendation. Global engagement was catalyzed through business events held virtually as well as physically. Exhibitions and conferences were also held through the CII Hive platform in this year to support business development and showcase Indian products to a global audience. CII's competitiveness agenda was driven by its 10 centers of excellence working on enhancing business productivity, building sustainability, and adopting new technologies. Taking forward its engagement on climate change, CII worked with sustainability leaders to expand industry initiatives. CII also participated in the COP26 process in Glasgow. The green building initiatives crossed new milestones in the year, and water management remained an imperative, helping the country march towards sustainability. During the year, CII's services, awards and training programs across a range of competitiveness areas helped Indian industry to align to changing business realities. Startups were a key focus for CII in 2021-22, with the CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups and Startup Initiatives. CII also created the Industry Connect platform to bring together all stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. The technology aspiration was scaled up during the year, and the CII Tech Summit was hosted in partnership with Singapore, resulting in many innovative ventures. The CII Governance Series was initiated to disseminate good corporate governance practices. Special initiatives were taken for MSME competitiveness with training and advisory programs as well as policy suggestions.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. We are joined by Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, the CEO Niti Aayog. We request you all to kindly settle down. We shall be commencing with the proceedings of the day any time now. Request you all to kindly settle down. Thank you.
Aspirational districts and literacy intensified this year, touching millions of people as India celebrated its 75th year. CII Foundation worked through the year on disaster relief and rehabilitation with the support of Indian industry. CII Foundation was lauded for its Clean Air initiative with the Global Development Award 2021. The program has shown the way for crop residue management in Punjab and Haryana, saving air pollution in northern India. This year, CII Skills carried forward skill development through multi-skill centers and model career centers, touching 1 million young lives across.
You all are welcomed to please occupy the front tables. They aren't reserved. Those of you sitting at the back, you're most welcomed to come occupy the front tables. The delegates joining later on may acquire the rear tables for themselves. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, may we please welcome our distinguished dignitaries for the opening session, requesting you all to kindly grace the dais with your gracious presence. It is our honor to have amidst us Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, the Chief Executive Officer, Niti Aayog. Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Chairman CII National Committee on Food Processing Industries, Chairman and MD, Nestle India. And Mr. Thiagarajan, Chairman CII Task Force on Rural Development and Migrant Workforce and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited. And Ms. Jane Karkada, Senior Director, CII FACE. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to add your zealful participation to this morning, which is going to add dimensions and horizons towards strengthening the food processing sector. The Conclave 2022, the National Conclave, by a resounding round of applause to convey our warmest welcome to the distinguished dignitaries and guests this morning. Thank you. In the words of Oliver Holmes, a mind that is stretched by a new experience can never go back to its old dimensions. To lay the foundation stone of the National Food Processing Conclave and delve into myriad facets like establishing efficient backward linkages, institutional and structural dynamics that enable the attainment of enhanced food security vision. To mark the opening of this pertinent conclave and to set the context, may I please invite Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Chairman CII National Committee on Food Processing Industries, Chairman and MD, Nestle India Limited, to kindly make his opening remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for being here today at the National Food Processing Conclave. Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO of Niti Aayog, Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, Vice Chancellor of NIFTEM, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin the proceeds of the National Food Processing Conclave, which is for the growth and enabling environment and economic growth of the country, it is but fit that we recognize a person who gave his career and his life for the industrial progress of this country. 2 days ago, we lost Mr. Vikram Kirloskar, who's our president of the CII for 2019-20. A stalwart, a person who set the industrial framework of this country, and someone who many of us were privileged to know as a human being. Death comes to us all, but when it comes very young, it is especially more painful. He was and will remain one of the most decent, one of the most forward-looking, and one of the most visionary of businessmen. So before I begin with my short remarks, may we all observe a minute's silence in memory of Mr. Vikram Kirloskar. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are privileged today to have Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer, the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, who, despite his extremely busy schedule, has been kind enough to grace this occasion and to share his thoughts. As an introduction, I will restrict my comments to a few points and cover many of them after his address. The conclave is a CII endeavor which has been put together alongside the Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Food Processing to help evolve a roadmap as pointers for further action for the growth and development of the food processing industry. Food processing is literally a no-brainer for the Indian economy because it is the one industry that can be leveraged towards addressing several sustainable development goals such as zero hunger by providing access to foods, reducing wastages, no poverty, decent work, economic growth, employment, and also linkages to other industries. Good health and well-being is accessed by nutrition. The healthy growth of the food processing industry has been on the back of strong growth in agriculture and steady growth in agriculture. The annual average growth rate of the industry has been about 11.2% and is expected to reach about $535 billion by 2025-26. It's one of the largest employment creators in this country, constituting 12.4% of all employment generated and also 14.2% in the unregistered manufacturing sector. In terms of investments, the sector has witnessed FDI equity inflow of almost $5 billion during 2014, April to September 2021. As we look at India at 100, we see India's food processing sector playing a key role in enhancing income for farmers, enabling employment generation, reducing food wastages, enabling access to more nutritious foods by improving share of fruit and vegetables processing and increasing the share of value-added products in India's export basket. Today's conclave is being live streamed, so therefore you can see it live. And I would just like to focus on the 4 or 5 big themes for this conclave. This conclave is meant to be with our sleeves rolled up to talk about practical, pragmatic, and implementable issues rather than a talk show of policy statements that will be made and intentions that will be conveyed. So what are the top 5 objectives of this conclave? Number 1 is to identify the top food processing opportunities that are competitive globally and locally. In fact, we have put an exhibition of such trending food products. I'm very grateful to those who have participated. This is the new India that is emerging in front of us. Number 2, deliberating on the challenges and opportunities for the food processing industry, both in the domestic market and overseas. What are the growth drivers? What are the blockers? Key enablers and any desired interventions by different stakeholders in practical, pragmatic terms. Aligning the branding and marketing initiatives of the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, APIDA, and Ministry of Commerce to promote export of Indian processed food. Looking at the whole spectrum of millets, the opportunity for millets, and since 2023 has been declared the year of millets, I think as a food processing industry, we have got numerous opportunities and there is a lot of excitement that is around this subject. And of course, to deliberate finally on the innovations, the technology needed to scale up the global and domestic brand, plus addressing some of the regulatory issues. And we have today the presence of the CEO of the FSSAI to share some of the perspectives on the regulatory environment. And finally, a rounding up of discussions on the PLI and RODTEP schemes that have been announced, how we can leverage these further and farther beyond. With this, I will close my opening remarks and request Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer to kindly deliver his thoughts to us. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Let me first begin by thanking Suresh, the CII and all of you for inviting me here today. This is a very, very important sector for the national economy, as well as the health of the economy, but also health of the people. But you have a very distinguished set of panelists here on the dais, and all of you practitioners, producers, people who are actually in this business of food processing. So let me mention a couple of thoughts at the outset as to the context, look at from a global perspective. With the current situation in Ukraine globally, obviously food security has become of paramount importance. And India actually has taken many steps to address food security. As Suresh mentioned, there's been a steady growth in agriculture, but also on the food processing front, a number of initiatives have been taken by the government, not least of which is the PLI scheme for food processing, which Suresh mentioned. Also one of the objectives to discuss in the workshop, how can this be maximized? This is a very, very important program of the government, which is really looking to incentivize investment, but manufacturing in very critical strategic sectors, such as food processing. Of course, it's also the year of the millet is going to start in less than a month. So a big focus on millets as well, which has got multiple positive externalities. In addition to good health, it's also going to help improve or increase agriculture in a more water, with less of a water footprint. So there are multiple advantages to the year of the millet, and I'm very glad that that's one of the topics which is going to be discussed here, how to take that forward. We have a few ideas of our own in NITI on the year of the millet, which I'll come to. But again, needless to say, there have been a lot of changes in the way food is produced. Obviously, agricultural cropping patterns have changed, but food processing is a critical sector, both from the economic point of view, but also from the jobs point of view, because we were just discussing before I came in, how the MSME sector, which is the biggest producer of jobs, how they need to be brought in, how can we use technology and science and innovation, which is another topic of discussion, to give a big boost to the MSME sector to really get into food processing as well. And I'm sure that that will be one of the topics which you're discussing here. Now, as we said, food comes through very long and complex supply chains from around the world. And so it's global, it's national, it's local. And it covers the entire gamut from, whether it's animal husbandry or agriculture or fisheries, storage, transportation, distribution, retail. So it's an entire complex ecosystem of its own, which needs very, very specialized and targeted interventions to thrive. But we also know that amidst all the production and processing of food, there's a lot of wastage. And I remember when I was in my previous job in the World Bank, the topic of wastage of food has actually become of global importance. And I think that's another area which you might be wanting to discuss, where on the one side we produce food and on the other side there's a lot of wastage. And there are millions of people globally who are chronically undernourished. So that is a challenge for us. On the one side you have production. How do we get the food to the right people? It's a number of things, whether it's it's production, it's logistics, it's management, etc. And storage, of course. Now food systems are also driving the degradation of the natural environment. And whether we talk of soil, water, air quality, everything is connected. But at the heart of it is production, is agriculture, is production of food and food processing. So there are some serious challenges, which of course you will be addressing. How do we create a food secure, safe, healthy and sustainable world which require some major transformations and shifts in the way food is produced and processed. And therefore, your deliberations over the next couple of days or during this conference are going to be very important, particularly for NITI, as the national institution for transforming India. We have a strong agriculture and food security team in NITI, and they've been working closely with CII, with other organizations as well. But critically, there are some issues which go up all the way up the value chain, which we need to change. And therefore, as some of those objectives which Suresh was talking about, the challenges, particularly from a policy point of view, we in NITI will look forward to receiving them and trying to take them forward to unlock whatever bottlenecks there are in the system. Another point which is important is, the Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 of them. Food processing, food production are the heart of many of them. And they cut across multiple SDGs. So whatever we do by way of food processing in India, and our industry is one of the leading ones in the world, is going to be important from a national but also from a global perspective in terms of impacting the SDGs, for which there are only 7 years left. So again, there's a sense of urgency in terms of addressing the challenges of the food processing industry. Now, the one point which I think hopefully will be discussed as well is the backward linkage from food processing. So how do you strengthen primary processing at the farm level? And so that's again a major challenge, because it cuts across multiple sectors, multiple ministries, and multiple ecosystems. So how do you improve sorting, grading, packaging, drying at the primary processing level? It's going to be fundamental to move up that value chain. And therefore, the point which I've been asked to emphasize, it's crucial to enable distributed primary processing towards building up scale for higher value processing. And so the scaling up of the food processing ecosystem is also going to have a direct impact on improving farmers' incomes, which is a very high policy priority for the government, as you know. So on the one side, it will allow for better price realization. On the other hand, of course, it's going to help us reach our nutrition goals. And again, as you know, nutrition, particularly for children below the age of 5, is absolutely critical from a health point of view. And we have a long way to go on that. There's been a lot of improvement, but we need to focus again on nutritious food, which again comes back to the year of the millet. And so whether it's reducing food waste or whether it's improving the primary processing, improving the quality of the food we produce, it's got multiple positive spin-offs. But again, perhaps the most critical stakeholders of the food systems are the producers, who are the farmers. And therefore, how do we empower farming communities? How do we incentivize them to move towards better cropping practices, better primary processing, and of course, giving them a better return on their investment and increasing incomes? It's all linked. And so if we can look at it in a holistic, integrated manner, that's going to make a huge difference all around. Food safety, again, we'll be having the FSSAI colleagues here as well. So again, this is an area which perhaps India is not as advanced as other countries, but I think that's another topic of discussion. Food safety, whether it's in any particular aspect of the food chain, is going to be very important in food processing. So what are the systems for that? What are mechanisms to incentivize better healthy food and to make sure that the food is safe, again, is at the heart of whatever all of you do. And from a consumer point of view, obviously that's critical. And then something which Suresh touched upon, how do you leverage technology? India, as all of you know, we're the leading country in the world in terms of public digital goods. Whether it's payments through UPL, our Aadhaar system, and now India Stack in the agro sector is rapidly taking shape. So now, with the use of technology, particularly digital technology, this can make a huge difference in scaling up sustainable food processing systems. And I'm sure all of you have got ideas, you're already doing it, perhaps at the local level or at your company level. How can we move this together at a national level? And then there's the question of exports. What is it going to take to scale up exports even further? We have multiple agencies, whether it's APIDA or the Commerce Ministry or other agencies involved with exports. Ultimately, it's going to be you, the companies which are exporting. So what are the challenges, which I'm sure you have been discussing with multiple ministries? But again, the export of food processed items from India, which is happening already, needs to be ramped up at scale. So that's another area where in NITI we'll be looking forward to your suggestions and policies. Now, from NITI Aayog's perspective, the year of the millet is being taken very seriously. We have been working with the Ministry of Agriculture, we have been working with industry, we have been working with a lot of you on how can we help to promote millets. So within NITI itself, we have got a lot of ideas in terms of setting up a millet, little millet corner in NITI, and it'll be good to discuss with you how we can sort of strengthen that. But we plan to do that from the 1st of January. We also are working with international agencies in terms of the FAO, other agencies, to see how we can collaborate at an international level to promote millets. And we also have an in-house NITI lecture series, which next month the topic is going to be the year of the millet. And we'll be getting our member agriculture to talk to. It's for an internal audience. But any ideas you have in terms of what should go into that particular event would be most welcome. So it's early morning or relatively early morning for us. And I just wanted to thank you once again for inviting me. It would have been great to have come in at some point to listen to the conclusions. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but would really appreciate your sharing the conclusions of this meeting. I think it'll be very important for us, particularly as we're going into the International Year of the Millet. So look forward to receiving that and to continue the association with CII and the industries. And perhaps in the coming year, we can have another event where we can exchange notes on what we discussed here, what progress we are making, because I think that would be quite useful to take stock so that we can keep up the momentum. But once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your erudite address, demystifying the way forward and for eliciting, throwing light upon, giving clarity to this day of deliberations for creating a stronger food processing ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the launch of the white paper, the Food Processing Vision 2047. To do the honors, may we please request the distinguished dignitaries on the dais to kindly join in, requesting Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer, CEO NITI Aayog, Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, Vice Chancellor NIFTIM, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Mr. B. Thiagarajan, and Ms. Jane Karkada to kindly join in the release of the white paper Food Processing Vision 2047. The white paper outlines the food processing vision for 2047 that will endeavor to leverage India's food processing sector towards delivering better income sources for the rural population, enabling employment generation, reducing wastages, allowing access to more nutritious foods by improving share of F&V's processing and increasing the share of value-added products in India's export basket. This white paper shall be available on the website as well for your easy reference. And we can't thank you enough, sir, for sparing time in spite of your last-minute demands. And please allow us last few moments to extend a token of our deepest and sincere sense of gratitude for gracing this conclave. Thank you very much, sir. We also extend a very warm welcome and a token of our deep gratitude to Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa. Thank you very much, Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, for gracing and setting the foundation of the conclave. And with these words, now, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we felicitate Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa. Thank you. May I now once again request Mr. Suresh Narayanan to kindly address the August gathering.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and this is, you've not finally seen my back, so I will just supplement some of the points that I wish to make. Firstly, it is a matter of great honor that we could get Mr. Param Iyer to come and share his thoughts. I think the partnership with Niti Aayog as far as CII is concerned and along with the Ministry of Food Processing is critical to making initiatives happen both at the policy level and also on critical areas like millet or technologies or indeed enabling a more better environment for the conduct of business. So it is a very auspicious start, I must say, to this conclave. A few more points I just wanted to add on the initiatives that we can look at as a food processing industry. I think it's fair to say that in a country whose population has well and truly crossed the billion mark, the challenge of providing nutrition food only increases. Food processing industry can play that role of being a vital part of the solution. As on the one hand, it can enable better income for the rural population, and indeed that is one of the themes that was touched upon by Mr. Iyer, and also create a shift towards consumption of more nutritious food. I think ultimately, the valorization of the food processing industry will come when more nutritious, more efficacious, more sustainable, and more wholesome foods are provided over a period of time. I think that's the valorization of the industry that we should all be seeking. Because in some quarters, processed food is still considered to be inferior than natural food. But the fact of the matter is, even if that might be technologically or technically correct, but reaching billions with fresh food in a country where we have got a sheer paucity of the value chain is going to be a challenge. And therefore, I think the food processing industry can step up to the plate. Moving forward, there is a need to focus on more nutritious food, therefore, such as fruits, vegetables, dairy, meat, etc. And let's not forget for a moment that in milk, in fruits and vegetables, India ranks amongst the top, either the number one or amongst the top three. So it's still in a very, very good position as far as the core raw material is concerned. The food processing companies in India have already shifted their focus to enabling access to nutrition with more prominence on lowering nutrients of concern, improving micronutrient access through fortification, enabling protein intake through innovative products. Towards enabling MSMEs, and I think that is the critical backbone of the Indian economy, for formulating healthier food product options for consumers, the CII has the Food and Agriculture Center for Excellence, also called with this acronym FACE, has designed an e-course with the support of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI. The e-learning certificate course on product formulation for healthier choices will help entrepreneurs, startups, food scientists in the food industry to focus on developing healthier products and contribute towards a healthier India. Food processing can also be leveraged towards reducing food waste, and indeed this was one of the themes also that Mr. Iyer had touched upon, which currently has an epidemic level. Approximately 1/3 of the food supply produced for human consumption worldwide is either lost or wasted. And remember that the world population is only increasing, not decreasing at the moment. Re-engineering food through processing can minimize losses, turn waste byproducts into profit, and introduce a new dimension of product value. Illustratively, broken rice kernels are aesthetically undesirable but can be converted into high-value products such as rice flour. Towards further reducing food waste, food donation is a key means, and the FSSAI, in partnership with the CII FACE, is launching the Safe Food, Share Food initiative today towards the same. The initiative aims to bring together relevant stakeholders like governments, corporates, food businesses, recovery agencies, and CSOs for operating in a coordinated manner to prevent food loss and distribute the surplus food to the needy population to mitigate malnutrition. CII FACE works extensively in the areas of policy, food safety and nutrition, and has also worked with the Government of India on several key projects and initiatives. Last year, CII FACE had worked closely with the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, both on the implementation issues for product-linked incentive scheme for food processing industry, as also the framing of the PLI scheme for millet-based products. The inclusion of branding and marketing initiatives under the PLI scheme for Indian value-added agro-produce will help us to improve the presence of brand India globally. As we are all aware, 2023 has been declared as the International Year of Millets. We have talked about it briefly, and also Mr. Param Iyer had mentioned this clearly in his address as a focus area for Niti Aayog. And I see this as a big opportunity that the food processing industry should leverage, because the history of food, especially in the Indian context, will be left incomplete without giving due importance to millets. Indeed, we all know that even until 50 years ago, millets were the major grain grown in India. It's over a period of time that we have shifted to wheat and rice in such significant manner that millets sadly has been forgotten. With the government now giving millets the top priority, there is a strong resurgence as far as millets are concerned. Millets' popularity is slowly rising again, and many efforts are going on to make them mainstream again. A balanced approach to bring this crop back in the public consciousness will go a long way to solve some of the major food issues in the country. On a lighter note, I understand that today we have some millet-based snacks that you may enjoy during the tea break after the session. So clearly you'll get an idea that millet too can be extremely tasty, apart from being, of course, undisputably nutritious. In addition, you can also interact with the exhibiting companies that are primarily into processing millets and preparing millet-based snacks and other millet-based products. I once again want to thank these companies for taking the trouble to exhibit their range here, so that we can all get ideas and inspiration on how and in what manner millets can be an essential part of our nutrition story. Also, in order to support the efforts to get international recognition of these Indian nutrition-rich crops, CII FACE has launched a data collection activity for millet flours in association with NIFTEM, aimed at setting robust standards for millet flours by generating primary data around safety and quality parameters of packed and processed millet flours available in different regions of the country. Let us not forget that while millet is a highly nutritious crop, at scale its processing still has challenges, and technology plays an important role, and there I'm delighted that NIFTEM is providing support to the industry in making this happen. Another key area where we need to look at is the industry convergence with the One District, One Product ODOP scheme, which is aimed towards strengthening ground level infrastructure development and focusing on enhancing exports and realizing the true potential of a district, apart from, of course, fueling economic growth and generating employment and rural entrepreneurship. The government's focus on the food processing sector is indeed commendable. There has been a visible shift in policy initiatives towards enabling the right ecosystem for ensuring a level playing field to all the investors in the food processing industry. However, an overarching area that also needs the attention of the policymakers is the ease of doing business by the food industry. At present, few states have enacted their own food processing policy, while some states have food processing integrated in their industrial policy. The need at present is for a comprehensive national food processing policy to capitalize on the rich and diverse food production base of the country, catalyze investments in the sector, and thereby optimize growth and add value to what the sector can offer. In fact, one of the dreams that I do have as part of the CII is for the next time for us to involve some states at this forum and at this conclave, so that they have not just an understanding of the food processing industry and its opportunities, but also what they could do in order to enable the sector that adds not only a nutrition dimension to the country, but also adds income and employment that is the key part of our economic fabric. In the longer term, it is imperative to strengthen the food processing ecosystem by ensuring that we focus on developing processable varieties, build brand India, create a focused roadmap for key markets by addressing the tariff and non-tariff barriers, deploying the cluster-based model in a PPP form. Towards promoting brand India, dedicated marketing initiatives need to be undertaken, such as tying up with global retail majors like Tesco, Aldi, Walmart, etc., to give space to Indian processed products, and that is part of our agenda. We as CII have submitted a proposal to the Ministry of Commerce also in this regard, and my colleague and co-chair Mayank Jalan will touch upon this when he speaks. At CII, we have initiated a market access initiative organizing interactions with Walmart by way of B2B meetings with the Walmart sourcing team on a one-on-one basis. We propose to host similar meetings with other global retailers in the US, UK and Middle East also, and would appreciate the Ministry's active leadership with this. This is indeed a low-hanging fruit because of the sheer diaspora that you have in the countries that I have mentioned. There are millions of people there who are seeking Indian products, Indian flavors, Indian tastes. And if we can make them happen through the active intervention of not just our ministry, but also some of the key retailers who have a positive proclivity towards such products, I think it can be clearly beneficial. Transforming India's food systems necessitate a comprehensive transformation encompassing an increase in farm productivity, yield, crop intensity, share of high-value crops, and realization per acre, while ensuring suitable measures for climate resilience and conserving water. Significant investments will also be necessitated in climate-controlled infrastructure, and appropriate incentives would be required to attract private investment. Towards recommending actionable steps to achieve the vision for food processing, CII has developed a white paper on food processing Vision 2047, which has just been released in your presence. The white paper covers key enablers needed to reach the vision, including supply-side enablers, enabling access to credit, ensuring cost competitiveness, fiscal and regulatory enablers, as well as technology enablers. The paper also covers state-specific enablers towards addressing the regional disparities. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, today's conclave, as I mentioned, is being live streamed, and I would just like to once again reiterate the specific focus of this conclave. Identifying the top food processing opportunities that are competitive globally and locally, deliberating on the challenges and opportunities for the food processing industry, both in the domestic market and overseas, and a specific focus on millets, discussing key enablers and any desirable interventions by different stakeholders, aligning the branding and marketing initiatives of the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, APIDA, and Ministry of Commerce to promote exports of Indian processed foods, and finally deliberating on the innovations and the technology needed to scale up the global and domestic brand, plus addressing regulatory issues that are faced by domestic and in the domestic and international market for facilitating exports. In addition to a summary on the incentives that are currently available, the PLI and the RODTEP schemes. The agenda is only complete when we have discussions that are candid, that are pragmatic, that are comprehensive, that are implementable, and that is a win-win for all of us in this room. I therefore call upon all of you to kindly participate in wholehearted terms, because this is not just the progress of our own companies and industries, this is the heartbeat of India. So I close this, my address, and reiterate on behalf of CII our commitment to work hand in hand with the government towards realizing the full potential and social impact of the food processing sector on the nation's growth. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and have a great conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very pertinent address. I'm sure it is to kindle the way towards many practical, pragmatic, and implement takeaways for a stronger food processing ecosystem. And it is overwhelming to now invite Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, Vice Chancellor NIFTM, to please address the August gathering with his pearls of wisdom.
This you can take up. Okay, it will come here. It will. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Most respected Parameshwan Iyerji, who has just left the dais. Mr. Suresh Narayanan, the chairman of Nestle, and of course, I would say the chairman of CIA as well. Sri Tyagarajan ji, who is heading the rural development wing of CIA, and of course Madam Jane, and who is there with us, and all the industry patents and friends from other areas as well, and the delegates. At the outset, let me thank CII for giving this opportunity to share some thoughts of especially with, connected with R&D, which is essential maybe to provide greater opportunities and, and the trends that are happening today in the food processing sector. In fact, I would say here, the brands are always changing, internationally as well as nationally, mainly because these are all consumer driven. And the demand which really comes in, especially the market conditions and technological advances as well. That means the products keep changing. That means we need to pulsate to the changing environment, which I would say is very, very important, especially to address issues related to health and wellness and also sustainability on one side. Maybe I think another big area where we see a lot of change is the flavors. In fact, internationally and nationally also, people are looking towards the natural flavors and even the artificial or synthetic flavors, which can really bring in a good taste. And of course, increasing consumer attention for food choices. I think and this is something which we have been regularly seeing. The choices keep changing. And probably years to come, I think maybe after another 10 years, we may have different kind of food products itself. And of course, always bridge the gap between what we produce and what we offer. So these are all issues which are really connected. These are all very, very important, I would say. Even amplified food trends are very much required, despite the global pandemic which we all experienced, and maybe the climatic I would say the disasters which we had, and including maybe the droughts, the heavy rains, floods, everything, and supply chain disruptions. This is another big area, and of course, stay-at-home orders. So this has become a trend, a changing trend. I think we need to look at this probably and then take care of the real requirement. Coming to the trends with regard to especially the issues which are really concerned, where we need to take care of the quality of the food, the safety of the food, and also reach of the food, and probably and the nutrition level as well. That means safety standards need to be adhered to. This is very, very important. Of course, very proactive safety standards are drafted for India. I would say this is a thing which is very, very important. Another big area is the clean labels. I think labeling or packaging is something which again is very, very important, because labels should speak about the food which is, I would say, distributed or supplied. And probably another big area is now, maybe we have come with all personal foods, or maybe functional foods, or maybe food for the aged, food for the children, and all these sort of, I would say, the things that are changing, the functional foods and all that. This is something which is going to be very, very important for us for future. And another big area which we are seeing today is the plant protein based foods. In fact, a lot of international webinars and conclaves are happening. Last month we were in Canada for a plant forward. It's a conclave, big conclave internationally. A lot of people came from many countries. And in fact, now the whole world is looking towards the plant-based products, which can be anything, which can be a good quality food, or I would say meat analogs, or whatever it is which you all really address. I think this is something, again, a big area. And that apart, of course, I know the global flavors, which I said already, and the gluten-free foods. That means now I would say certain of the things which are maybe not tolerated or not accepted, or they have intolerance for such of these things, and probably such of those things are again becoming very, very important. And I would say more than anything else, it is the sustainability. So that means the sustainability issues. So that's where we have to look at the food system approach. Probably the food system approach is a comprehensive thing where quality is maintained right from the production point till the marketing, until the consumer. So that's where I think a comprehensive addressing of the sustainability issues become very, very important for us. I know maybe we know that the UN has already declared 17 goals, of which 13 are more associated with food. So we need to look at these things properly, and sustainability goals have become very, very important. And of course, clean labeling, I think this is something which I would say today it is really taking a lot of attention, because after the pandemic, people look at the real, the things that are really, happening, and what is there on the label. So this is something which is maybe nationally as well as internationally acceptable, and we need to look at what is the quality of the food when it was packed, and all information with regard to its nutrition, with regard to its the shelf life and things like that, which become very, very important. Of course, this is one thing which drives the market today. In fact, a lot of things have been told with very new products which are coming into the market. But at the same time, if you do not have a clean labeling system, which is well accepted nationally and internationally, I think the food will lose its, I would say, sort of value. So these are things which I would always say protect our consumers on one side, and also see that build their trust in your brand. I think that is what I would say this is very much required for each one of us, especially to address the requirements of the consumers, because they are the kings today, and they can order, they can demand anything, and also hold the relevant certificates and accreditations. This is something which is very, very important, especially with regard to the food safety standards. And of course, companies should assess their safety standards regularly. This is one thing which I would say, just because we have a certification or a license from FSSAI, it doesn't mean that it can go on forever. So we need to assess ourselves and also see that how best we can really address this issue. And of course, clean labeling, I said, especially this will really take care of maybe few and simple use of some of the ingredients. Instead of making it a complex food, Probably we need to go for few and simple ingredients in recipes. That is something which is very, very important and easy to pronounce, and it's familiar. Otherwise, some names which may be, fancy, but people don't appreciate it because it has its own, I would say, sort of a vernacular thing. And the convenience and shelf stability. This is something which I would say is very, very important. Probably we need to look at, because it has to be convenient on one side, and the shelf stability. In fact, I would say millets, we have been speaking a lot, especially when you convert that into powders. So there is a stability problem. There is a shelf life problem. So how do we address this? I think this is something, this is a big area again. We need to look at this very, very carefully. And of course, advanced techniques in milling. I think this is one thing which we are lagging, I would say, in India. In fact, milling has been said, a lot of these checkies they produce and then that being used. But I would say advanced milling is something which I was very impressed when I saw some of these facilities of the Buller, which have been really doing a great job in terms of quality, in terms of safety, and in terms of purity, and in terms of uniformity. I think this is something which is very much required, and maybe use more ingredients which come from plant origin rather than the animal origin. This is what is the demand for the day to day. And of course, avoid ingredients which are maybe synthetic, which have a chemical name, and which always makes people to feel that, because today people are very much, even the Ayush foods, for example, more immune development or immune response oriented sort of food products, they appreciate. So we need to look at this very carefully. And probably the clean, the other expectation, maybe I told already, the functional foods. These are really getting diverse. In fact, even the dietitians are of the opinion that we need to have a particular food for a particular treatment. So that means this is another big area where I would say the prebiotics, the probiotics, and maybe some of the herbal extracts and things like that, and vitamins and minerals which are being used. In fact, these are all really creating a better environment to convince the consumer. So this is one thing where probably we need to really look at seriously and see how best we can really have some of these things, especially maybe the potential antioxidants and things like the anti-inflammatory or immunity supporting properties. I think these are the ingredients while selecting. Probably we need to look at this and aim to deliver specific nutrients. This is the key. In fact, why all these the specializations are coming in based on our own needs and requirements of the body is that specialized nutrients for a particular person. Maybe a sports person may need a different thing altogether. And of course, the maintain and improve the food safety, freshness, taste, texture, and appearance. So this has to be there. That means sustainability, safety, all these things have to be taken into consideration. The global flavors, this is another big area. We have been really, talking about the flavors today because no food can be directly accepted without a proper coating of the flavors. So there could be many flavors which are both national as well as international flavors, which are maybe synthetic, which are maybe artificial, but we are looking more towards the natural flavors. So this is one area, again, a huge R&D is required in this area. Maybe even I would say by the corporates or maybe the R&D institutions, they have to take it up seriously and come up with some natural flavors which are appreciated, which are accepted, and probably which will definitely find a good market. Maybe complex layered food flavor mashups, including coffee and all these things, tamarind, za'atar, and all that are very important. Maybe international flavors like wasabi and lychee and then dragon fruit and cherry blossom, all these things are also finding market. Maybe people wish to have a new taste. So that means a mix of some of these flavors which can create a good taste. That means an R&D is very much required here. You need to really take it up in a serious note and then probably come up with a product which will definitely have a big market. And of course, fermented flavors like, these things are also becoming very, very important. There could be many flavors which you come across and not that, make a mess of it and then probably end up with a very bad flavor. That also should not happen. Of course, all this is only to really take care of the quality, the safety, the demand, and also the acceptability. So, and maybe I think finally what matters is also the bioassimilability. That is also very, very important. I think these are things which need to really take care of this. And as I said, the plant-based proteins or the plant-based food products. This is a big area. I would say, I know, we are not that we are drifting towards only plant-based foods. The production of the animal meat is really taking a big toll, especially on the carbon footprint. So this is one area where we need to really diversify, because the population is increasing on one side and the demand is increasing, and probably some people, they want to change to vegetarianism, but at the same time they don't want to have the flavor of non-vegetarian. So these are all the concerns which are really maybe driving these plant-based proteins. In fact, this is one big area. Of course, I know a lot of these extracts which are taken from the plant-based proteins, that is being used for such of these things. But India is a country where we want to use the natural ingredients without compromising on the quality, and this can be done. In fact, I would even say here, a small startup, they have succeeded in producing a meat analog, a chicken analog, which has about 70–75% the equivalent to chicken, and they found a big market in Mumbai. I think there are some groups, even international groups have joined together and they have started this. So like that, there could be many, many things, but at the same time, there is a big question, and why to use meat again? Why don't you say it's a plant, protein-rich plant food, something like that. I think I know now the pulses are really playing a very big role here. And in fact, the pulses are, and also the protein, which are from the nature. Maybe even the soybean extracts or dried soybean powder, if it can be made nutritively rich, and probably if it is used, probably this is one thing which is very, very important, I would say. And that apart, I would say now we are going towards the fortification and all that. So the fortification, of course, is to meet the UN sustainability goals in terms of maybe vitamins and minerals. It doesn't end there, because we need a quality food. So how do we bring in quality into it so that people have better health? A comprehensively balanced quality food, I think, is something which is very, very important. There we can always look at probably even incorporating the proteins or some of the PFA, polyunsaturated fatty acids. These things become very, very important. So this is where I think you can take a clue and start working on such of these foods. Again, that will lead to a lot of, I would say, the important foods for the country. And of course, another big area is the gluten-free foods. So now I think they want, especially even maybe the grain-free itself. So this is something which is a big area again. So how do we bring in this concept? Probably I think really to take care of the allergens and intolerances for some of these chemicals. So the gluten-free, I thought it is only the indications from the Western community, but today even in India, people demand gluten-free. So this is something which we need to really take care. I know wheat especially has high level of gluten. So how do we avoid this? And maybe come up with some modifications, maybe some of these pulses and all that, the oil seeds, and even I would say the vegetables and fruits. A combination of that can give us a gluten-free food. So how do we do it? I think this is a big work which always you can see, maybe even the vegetables like cauliflower and beet, seeds, nuts, cassava, and breadfruit, and processed byproducts like okara, and they can meet all these requirements, and probably you have to come up with a formulation. At the same time, again, we don't want it to be an artificial food. So that means we need to look at the natural quality need to be maintained. How do we bring in these issues to really give taste and also fill the stomach, which again becomes very important, I would say. And of course, raising awareness on low carbohydrate foods is something which again is driving in this direction. Because I know India is a country with carbo foods, but how do we reduce carbohydrate, bring in quality into it, maybe through fortification or maybe through addition of some of the proteins and things like that, which also is very, very important. And of course, pilot opportunity and market linkages, these are all things need to be piloted. It is not that we have a ready-made recipe for all this. We need to work out on a recipe which can really influence and drive and also meet the demand. And of course, very big area which has been discussed by the chief guest today also, how do we reduce the post-harvest losses? I know this is a big area. In fact, I would say the estimates, it's only a guesstimate, maybe 100,000 crores they say per year, but it can be much more than that. And in fact, the food that is wasted in India may be sufficient even to feed some of the smaller countries. So that means we need to look at this very, very carefully. And even I would say there is a big drive going on. The processing waste, not only the waste which generate in the value chain management, even the processing waste need to be converted into some value-added products and then find a good market for it. I think this is one big area where we are planning to establish a center of excellence on this at NIFTEM. And we wish, yesterday also I had a discussion with the Denmark delegates, and they are really willing to really support this. Probably I think, and I wish industry also should participate in this, and we will definitely take it forward. And of course, coming to the fortification, which I said, we are already with Gates Foundation, Melinda Foundation. They are with us, and I am very happy that PATH and many other organizations are joining with NIFTEM, and we are trying to see how best we can bring in quality, a better understanding into the fortified foods. It is not just sufficient to say that vitamin and mineral are the only thing that is required for India. We need to look at various other parameters as well. Of course, these are all the sustainability issues when it comes. The climate management becomes very, very important, especially the carbon footprint, which otherwise creates a greater pressure on the, I would say, the Mother Earth. So we need to come out with the plant-based. How do we promote? Even I would say the millets, which are supposed to be very good food, probably can counter this, especially the climate issues. So that means millets they require low waters and also very hardy crop, but the only constraint with millet is the low yields. So these low yields we need to improve, and this is where I think we have a problem and we have an issue. If you can give a protective irrigation, probably millets also can become a more profitable, I would say, cropping systems. And of course, eat fewer animal products, which I have been telling, of course, and use natural resources. By using natural resources, this I think we can really bring in. So this is another big area, I would say, launched by government, especially the business startups. I think this is one area where we need to really work hard. Of course, there are more than 250 startups which have been funded for millets alone. So that means there are, I would say, the city of Bangalore is supposed to be leading. More than 700 startups are funded. Even Delhi is started more than 600 startups. But the percentage of success here is not that great. Not that, I would say, because they don't have, they are more emotionally attached than mentored, especially on various issues which they really need. I think we need to understand the concepts, we need to understand the real crux of the problems, and probably come up with some sort of, I would say, the foundation which can really support the startups. I think this is one thing which we have done, NIFTEM Innovation and Business Incubation Foundation, which we have initiated at NIFTEM, and we are taking only few because of the fund constraints, because we need at least about 15-20 lakh rupees to be paid to each of these startups. So which at present we are giving only a seed money of 5 lakh rupees. So we need to look at this. Probably this is one area where industry should really jump in and maybe support some of these things, and they can always own the findings or the innovations which come out through the startups. I think this is a big area where we need to, of course, our ministry is also, Ministry of Food Processing Industries is also supporting through PM-FME program and Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada programs and all that. But that is only a sort of a support for taking forward some of the initiatives. But the startups become very, very important for us if we are looking at various requirements. And this I don't want to elaborate much. I know in the website, you can get all this information. This is something which is, I would say, very, very important, especially with regard to cold chain. It has been a sold-out program of NIFTEM, and of ministry. More than 134 cold chain projects have been taken, and probably, I think, 334 lakh agro producers. I think lakh tons of agro produce is done. And this is something which is, I would say, very, very big thing, big achievement on the part of the ministry. And the market stats, I think, of course, this is one area where you are all experts. So unless we penetrate ourselves into market and understand the market requirement and the trends, what is happening, and probably I think you'll never be able to launch anything. Of course, you are all very sure that it is not emotional attachment. It is the requirement of the industry which need to be taken forward. And probably I think India's food sector has been attracting a huge international funding as well. And the food S1 is going at the rate of say 11.8% CAGR. So this is a big opportunity for us, how to further improve and how to take it forward to the logical end where the market drives us to decide what can be done and what should be done and things like that. Because the value addition, you are all thorough with this, and this is one area where I would say enhancing the shelf life is something which has to be addressed, especially when you talk about the shelf life, the value addition and things like that, and diversification and commercialization of agriculture. This is again a big area, as was said by Mr. Suresh Narayan, and now we need to come up with processable varieties, which otherwise are not there. In India, we are still depending on the puree of tomato coming from outside. So why not we use our own tomato? So like that, maybe especially the potato, onion, and tomato, these three things are very, very important for us. We need to look at that. And of course, this leads to definitely a lot of employment generation, and income of the farmers also will be enhanced. Of course, the key, I would say, segments which you all know, this is one area where we need to be really focusing. Of course, many things are happening, especially with regard to dairy, maybe the grains and cereals, and meat and poultry, and fruits and vegetables, fisheries, again, a huge area, and then the consumer foods. I think these are the broad, I would say, the sectors or the key segments which can drive our thinking and also be coming up with some innovations in this area. Definitely, I wish the entire team and all the industries will really, maybe I think, take care of such of these issues, whatever that is really required, and try to support and try to come up with some new knowledge and innovations which can help the industry to grow. So with this, probably I think I thank you. And another very big area is the cold chain logistics or the value chain management, which again need to be addressed properly in addition to taking care of the food safety and quality. I think this is one big area, and I wish to just bring to your notice that we have started a cadre program for food safety professionals at NIFTEM in collaboration with Nestle. So thank you very much, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, for this initiative. I know this is started with a lot of ambitions, but still we are not able to drive this to the level which we are expecting. But at the same time, this is the first year we have done it, and these professionals will be trained rigorously on various national and international standards. Probably they can become a good addition to the industry. I wish all the industry patents will really take care of such of these people, and years to come, you need to have a food safety professionals in your company. I wish this is something which I thought I should inform you at the end. And probably I think these are all the growth and other things I need not re-emphasize here. This has been a real growing sector, and probably I think before just summing up the millets. Millets, I know, millets have been going to be a real food for us. They are also even called superfoods. But at the same time, the awareness about millets internationally, even within India, some states, they don't have any awareness. So this is one area which need to be worked very seriously. Unless we bring in awareness, probably I think whatever we do in terms of millets, using millets, now all these cookies and all those biscuits, all that is coming up. Now it is not that people will search for it. It is only accidentally they see and buy it. That means that awareness has not come into their minds, and we can come up with humpty number of products using millets as one of the ingredients. And I don't say that millets 100% need to be used, at least some 20, 30 or 40% if millets can be used in the product, I think that can drive the health of the country to a much better level. Thank you very much and all the very best. I know if they agree, there is no issue for me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, for those inputs on the future trends. In the interest of time, I'll be very brief and sum up the takeaways. We are grateful to Mr. Parameswaran Iyer, Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, for his inputs in growing this sector very aggressively. We know it is India's decade, and scaling up is important, and that's what the National Food Processing Council of CI is also working. And his assurance that the Niti Aayog and other government agencies will continue to work with us is encouraging. He talked about millets. He talked most importantly about the farm end related developments, and that is taken note of. And Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa's guidance on the future trends and how NIFTIM can help in applied research and capacity building. Specifically on the functional and nutritional food as well. And Suresh, we compliment you for leading this council for many years, and your own direction that the 5 points, it is action oriented. We will go back with certain concrete actions. That's what we have assembled here for. I must also apologize to you for my own failure. 2016, 17, 18, I used to head the state level coordination committee, and I couldn't get that done of the food processing policy of the states. But I think this time it will happen, and it should be regional chairs' responsibility. My own learning is that if we pick up 5 states and do it, rest of it follow. We need not break our heads for other states. Some states I am willing to come forward to take the responsibility. Now, this industry is, has indeed arrived. From the Rural Development Task Force point of view that I want to share, in August, Food Pro 2022 event happened. It is a southern region event. There is one request that it should be made national on one side, which we will take it national next year perhaps. And the next part of it is it should be taken district level is the other thing. So both ways it is being diversified into. And that particular event in August, we had to deny space for exhibitors. We had to control the crowd, and more than 10,000 people were there and went on for 3 days. The important aspect there is it's all MSMEs as well as the big brands. Now, the arrival of those MSME startups is a very encouraging thing. Some of the inputs there are that they believe that their technology is available in the country. Their focus is nutritional food. They need help in terms of forward linkages and branding and marketing, as Suresh mentioned, rather than the production. They have mastered it. Some of the exhibitors are here also. And there was a focus on indigenization and how we can at the same time export and play a game in the global value chain. And the CII Food and Agriculture Center of Excellence has prototyped the women-led FPOs or local level. There is a project in Kadalur that was done. There is a project that was done in Roniket, really bringing the rural farmers together for participating in the food value addition. Here, actually, Peruz and Mayank will be aware, it was around 8 years ago, a concept was promoted that farmer as the producer and the men in the family and the wife and the daughter as the processors and the son as marketing one. And in Rural Development Council, this is what we are looking at. By the way, the last point I want to mention is there is a Stanford University's Ideal Village program along with Pan IIT, which CII is collaborating with. Here again, one important focus is how to grow the food processing sector at the rural level. And with that, I conclude my remarks and reaffirm our commitment from Rural Development Council to Mr. Suresh Narayan. And lastly, I indulge in chocolates because I eat millets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the conclusion of the opening ceremony and sets the ball rolling for the Millet Zone to welcome you all for a quick cup of tea coffee so that we continue this journey of knowledge sharing. Within 10 minutes, requesting you all to please reassemble for us to begin with the next session. Thank you very much, distinguished guests on the dais. Our sincere sense of gratefulness to you all for enriching the opening session with your pearls of wisdom. Thank you very much. I'm sure through the day you will be able to spare time out to scan the QR code which is there on your tables and give your very pertinent and precious inputs for the agnostic survey that is challenges faced by companies towards food donation in India. The exhibition of the innovative food products also awaits you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Nice seeing you again.
Same here, sir.
I know that what do you call the food safety awards and all that you are coordinating.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, how is it?
सर मैं आपको इसमें सेंटर पे करता हूँ। सेंटर में 3 को बाकी 2 भैया ज्वाइन करिए थोड़ा सा ये ब्लैक वाला
क्योंकि पैनल है ना तो थोड़ा सा उसको फेस दिखना चाहिए एक जगह से स्क्रीन में भी तो दिखेगा जो बोल रहा है उसका फेस पर स्क्रीन पर नहीं हाँ ठीक है हम आगे पीछे कर देंगे इनको इसके बाद लंच है लंच के बाद
May we have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly reassemble. Requesting you all to kindly reassemble so that we may begin with the next session. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the last and the final announcement. Kindly board. The journey to this knowledge sharing deliberations is taking off any time now. Requesting you all to quickly reassemble. We already have amidst us the distinguished panel for this session. यात्रीगण कृपया ध्यान दें, फूड टेक इंटरवेंशन फॉर क्रिएटिंग फूड यूनिकॉर्न्स की उड़ान महज 25 मिनट की देरी पे चल रही है। आप सभी से दरखास्त है कि कृपया अपनी अपनी सीट ग्रहण करें, so that we actually take off for the flight of innovations in the food technology sector. Ladies and gentlemen, an extremely acclaimed and illustrious panel has joined. They are there amidst us, and as I request them to grace the dais, may you please join in with a resounding round of applause as we welcome the session chairman, Mr. Mayank Jalan, co-chairman CII National Committee on Food Processing Industries, chairman and managing director, Keventer Agro Limit. We also very warmly welcome Mr. Minhaj Alam, additional secretary from the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. A very warm welcome and requesting you to kindly join us on the dais. A very warm welcome to the esteemed panel, Mr. Piruz Khambata, Chairman and Managing Director, Rasna Private Limited, Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, Chairman, Travis Advisors, Mr. Aditya Bagri, Director, Baggeries India Limited, Ms. Meghna Narayan, co-founder, Wholesome Foods Private Limited, and Mr. Rajdeep Sikand, Senior Vice President, Tata Consumer Products. And now let that round of applause begin. A very warm welcome to the distinguished panel. With these words, may I please hand over to the esteemed session chairman, Mr. Mayank Jalan, to take forth the proceedings for the session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our special plenary session on food tech interventions for creating food unicorns. We are at a unique inflection point today in the world, and in the food industry, as nutrition, health, and wellness have become center stage for all of us. Food issues that were already on the radar because of their social and environmental impact are now, due to COVID-19, in the full glare of public attention. It has become more urgent than ever for society to rethink the future of food, where immunity, hunger, malnutrition, and obesity are all adequately addressed, where production and consumption respect planetary boundaries and waste is minimized. In the transformation ahead, every company in the food value chain, from suppliers to farmers to processors to retailers and restaurants, will be faced with new challenges, but also new opportunities. Technology will be a key lever towards responding to the challenges and leveraging the opportunities. Innovations in food technology are critical to the growth and development of the food processing sector, as they support and enable the various components of food value chain from farm to fork. The government support to food technology is evident with a host of initiatives by MOFP, such as PM FME scheme, that focuses on promoting innovations through incubation, financial, technical, and business support. The PMKSY scheme, which promotes the induction of modern technology, and the PLI scheme, which is indeed a game changer for Indian processed food industries. May I take this opportunity to thank MOFP and the additional secretary has joined us, Mr. Minhaj Alam, for their continued support towards the sector's growth, and reinstate our commitment to work hand in hand with the government towards unlocking the full potential of India's food processing sector. Coming to the key trends being witnessed in the sector today, there's been a significant shift in the way that consumers feel and think about consuming food. Food is today looked more from a perspective of boosting immunity than just satisfying hunger or enhancing nutrition by the consumer. Segments of health and wellness are making increasing inroads. Transition to B2C and D2C model is another emerging focus area. Going forward, also consumers will prefer these models given the concern for safety and benefit of convenience. All major retailers as well as FMCG companies are looking at leveraging these models by developing in-house apps, tying up with delivery services, providers, and ensuring contactless delivery. And the trend will continue despite disruptions in the traditional marketing channels. This also has bearing on reconfiguring future supply chains. Safety, nutrition, health, and cost are the key parameters that define what consumers buy. Understanding these expectations, the industry is working more actively than ever before on product reformulation initiatives across their portfolios. Nutritious convenience foods are making inroads in the traditional packaged convenience food categories. Focus on sustainability and responsible production is increasing. Sustainability is creating its own set of business imperatives. Technology can be key to unlock towards keeping up with these changing trends. We have an extremely experienced and insightful set of leaders on the dais today with us. And I would like to welcome all of you, both personally and on behalf of CII. We greatly appreciate the time that you have taken out to join us today. And without further ado, can I request Pirush Bhai to kick off the panel? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bank. It's always a pleasure to be part of this august audience. And I'm here because from many years I've been missing the action in Delhi. So I thought let me come here and see what is happening in the food processing sector. And I'm so happy and glad that we were always talking of this sector as a sunrise sector. And today I don't think we are all in anywhere near the sunrise. We are already midway. It has already risen. And today Indian food processing sector has emerged, if you ask me, in such a way that if you go to any international show, be it Gulf food or be it anywhere, you will see that it has become India food only. Earlier there was a time when I used to say Indians was known for cheap food. Today if you ask me, India is known for quality food. And I think if you want quality, come to India. That seems to be coming in. And at least the major brands of India are today available on most of the supermarkets in the world. And I'm so proud that our company and many other people sitting in this room are part of this. And for this, I would like to honestly thank the Government of India, its various wings, the Ministry of Food Processing in particular, APEDA in particular, even FSSAI, because they also become enablers and they have helped this drive in a major manner. But more than anything else, I would also like to compliment the Indian farmers, the Indian R&D people, the Indian youngsters who have come out with a host of new products, which are let us say, when I started in the food industry, they used to take like 20 years. It took 20 years for somebody to start eating a noodle. Today it is taking probably a few months because you have a new product, you put it on some Amazon, Flipkart, whatever, you put an app, suddenly it kicks on and then it multiplies and then that's it. And then suddenly youngsters who have some idea become, I think, crorepati's and billionaires overnight, and that is the way forward. And I'm sure we companies are also learning tricks from these youngsters, and we are also now setting up what I call e-com platforms, separate e-com platforms, and ensuring that we also churn out and we also compete in speed with these youngsters, and we are also gaining traction in that. So that is the big thing happening. Having said that, I believe such conferences always are a roadmap for future, because we are sitting with esteemed people from the government, we are sitting from policymakers, we are sitting with industrialists, we are sitting with industry leaders in particular. So I thought, let me take this opportunity to put my points, 4 or 5 points, which I believe we should be all ensuring together for what I call future growth of the industry and the future of the overall industry. And I'll take this 4 or 5 points. How much time I have, Mike? You tell me, that much I can speak. No, you tell me 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, 4 minutes and 5 points, so fine. So in my mind, these points I am only raising because I believe on these things there should be a discussion, and with the policymakers there should be a way forward. My point number 1 is the fact that all the FTAs and the PTAs which we are being signed, somehow or the other we have to ensure that Indian interest is best protected. We cannot be talking of a make in India which is not a level playing field. So I always say, you put somebody in swimming pool, but ensure that everybody is free and nobody has status binded or something. Now what happens? You do a FTA with a country where you give a special access to them in certain products where they get lesser duties, and we from India have to pay the full duty, then that is not level playing field. And sometimes it has happened that in earlier years, for example, in SAARC countries. Now, somehow or the other, this should not happen in future. So we have to ensure that the FTAs are in such a way done that the sectors in which India has a manufacturing base are protected. Number two, we also need to ensure that the FTA countries where we don't become just what I call mere packers. There's no sense if you do an FTA with a company where you give zero duty and they just pack the product, something juice comes from Brazil and packing material comes from somewhere and they just pack and wrap it to India and say zero duty. And we in India pay all the duty. So I think this is one area where we need to work on. And I think the policymakers should be very careful about that. So they should also protect the Indian agriculturists, they should protect the Indian food processing industry also. Number two point which I believe we should be very careful about is the fact that after a long time, we now have a very stable taxation system with GST. With a lot of difficulty, we have convinced the GST officials to keep food at a lower bracket, 5 and 12. There is a hope that this 12 may become 15 or 16 or whatever. So, we need to ensure that all food products are not come in that bracket. I think 12 is also too much. And I do believe that all food products like in UK, Singapore should have a very special treatment. In my opinion, there should be not tax more than 7 to 8% on any processed food products and 0 to 4% on perishables. Over that, you cannot be remunerative and you are doing a disfavor to the consumer because for a consumer, processed food is a way of life. For a lady today, processed food is no longer a premium food. She needs that as a convenient food. She needs health. She needs nutrition. And you can't be taxing 18%, 24% to, for example, a cereal or a biscuit. It's not possible. So you need to have that price point. How can we sell at 2 rupees, 5 rupees, 10 rupees? We food processing industry mostly sell at this rate with 18%, 20% tax. So we should be very careful that when this GST rationalization happens, we should be at the lowest slab or a special slab, I would say. More I can speak on this, but 1 minute is enough. The third point is this whole controversial thing, a lot of newspaper reports coming, front of label packaging. Now, there are so many divergent views. I meet a lot of people. Some people say FOP should not be there only, we should delay. India doesn't need FOP. Some people say FOC should be red, green, yellow. Some people say star. My belief is, here we should think as a customer, as a father. I am father of 4 kids. Definitely I want my kids to eat healthy. But what is health is the definition. Now, if you ask me if I drink 1 liter of milk every day, is it health? Or for that matter, anything? In my mind, FOP should be always based on portion size for the simple reason that we should educate people to eat portions. If you eat 1 gulab jamun, that is the portion size. Nothing is red, nothing is bad. It's good. Why not? Similarly, on anything. So I am very surprised that most of the industry people, I am saying upfront, have agreed to a FOP system based on per 100 gram because it doesn't make sense. Because in a per 100 gram, obviously, any product would have any points. And actually, it's a disfavor because nobody eats per 100 gram. You eat per portion only. Now you say, what is portion size? Of course, the industry has to meet and decide the portion size. And educate the customer on the portion size. And customer, if he starts eating right, what is the eat right moment? Eat right moment is eat right based on portion size. So I will urge the industry leaders to sit in a room together. They cannot deny, they'll say FOP can't come, that won't happen. It is like denying something, it will come. It is like sustainability will come, you have solar power, it is coming, your fossil fuels are going, something is like. You have to work with the government on ensuring the FOP is such design that the customer eats right with the eat right movement based on portion size. This is my third point. And last point, I would like to highlight the fact that this agriculture farm laws, on this probably I was there on every channel, I supported the government on it. I still believe that agriculture farm laws were the best for the farmers and customers, honestly. For political reasons, they were put under the shelf. In my mind, it should not have happened because the farmers have lost. But what we can do parallel is, we can work with the state governments because my understanding is most of the farm laws were opposed by a few states, not all the states. So industry, policymakers would work with the state governments and ensuring that in some form or the other, the farm laws, in some form or the liberation, I will not say the laws, the reforms happen in the agri sector so that agriculture is gains. He gets a chance for what I call, he can sell to the producer, he can sell to a private mandi, he can sell to an e-com player. We need to ensure that he is given choice. If a farmer is given choice, It will be competition, the rates will go down, customer prices will go down, and what you see in fruits and vegetables, sometimes the prices go up 4 times, 5 times, sometimes they are on the street. Sometimes they are on the street, literally. That won't happen. So my understanding is that we need to work on this thing, work with them, and ensure that we ensure. And the last point is PLI. And PLI scheme, actually I'm very proud to say that it was worked, a lot of CI recommendations were part of it, and food processing is the only sector in which PLI has been announced for brand building abroad, which I think is a roadmap for other sectors also, because that is the way forward. Plus for SME, first for organic. But PLI, there are issues which we need to address. For example, first it was given X should start from year 1. Somehow or others, after 6 months, we were told it will start from this year. Now a lot of people started spending money. So then that whole year has gone. So things like that needs to be clarified. There needs to be clarification on a lot of other things. So my request to the MOFPI, PLI is a great scheme. We need to really ensure that clarifications, FAQs, more meetings are held so that such things are resolved, because we need to ensure that with PLI, we really increase India's exports, India's manufacturing, which will actually take us to the next level. So these are my quick points. Thank you, Mayank. Thank you all of you for listening. And of course, if time permits, I'll be open for a question and answer later also.
Thank you, Piyush Bhai. You always as energetic and to the point what is relevant for the entire audience here. Next, Rajeshji, can we ask you to address the gathering, please?
So thank you, Mayank, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Always a pleasure to be speaking at a CII event and also to share the dais with such illustrious people here. I think first and foremost, let's talk a little bit about unicorns, because that's the subject of today, right? The theme of this session. And I can see a lot of people here sitting here. So you have Aditya, you have Meghna, and you have Mayank, and Piruz, of course. And all of them either are unicorns or unicorns in the making. I think it's good to have a little bit of reflection on the definition of unicorn before we move forward. To be honest, I'm very happy if we have a little bit of some companies with some history, stability, proven stability, who can be unicorns. I'm scared of real startups who just kind of muster the valuation and become $1 billion value in no time at all, and then fall flat after a while. And believe you me, globally, I think while you have a number of unicorns, of course, but you also have unicorns shutting down almost every month, every quarter. In India, we have 107 or 110, I don't know what's the last number, but I do hope that most of them will survive and not fall flat. So my always advice to my younger industry colleagues is that please mind yourself, measure yourself, take it gradually at a step. And as a banker, as an investor, I've seen that lots of companies actually who get very, very good valuations initially. After that, Series A, Series B, they can't do any much more because, you know, the earlier investors, they do not want a markdown or write down, and they actually stymie the deals which happen in this next series. So please be careful. That's on a little bit of unicorn. Coming back to the topic of the day, which is food processing, I think it's important that technology, obviously, it plays part everywhere, and obviously in processed foods as well. To be honest, as Piruz said, you know, you have food processing as a great segment, great sector, some $530, $550 billion sector, which is growing in double digits, most of the subsectors. You can't have it better. It's a one-way street. Not many countries would boast because you have the per capita consumption of almost everything, which is very, very low. So taking a cue from there, I think for many years to come, there won't be many sectors which have to grow. You know, there's a compulsion to grow for all these food processing sectors in the years to come. Technology disruption, obviously key. At every stage of processed foods, if you start from sourcing, and that's again important, whether it is quality checks or it is sorting, grading, primary processing happens somewhere there. I think you need technology for sure, otherwise you become uncompetitive. The other thing which is important is the processing itself. I think the hygiene, the sanitation, all of that which is important now in processing, the minimal human intervention is a little bit of a dichotomy in a country like India, but that's exactly what you need. You know, I was reading that one of the most high-tech sophisticated systems around the world in processing is the drainage system, because that typically gets very clogged, very infected, which affects all the food which is processed. And that's where technology can play a big role. Robotics, of course, still not in India, but in many countries of the Western world, you have robots doing a lot of processing work, which is there. I'm sure that we'll enjoy for a lot of more time Malabar parathas made by hand, but that's a little bit, I guess, early days for us. What I'm trying to say is that one of the things which is extremely key now is to gain the consumer trust for every processing company. I think things have changed. India is in a very different paradigm today. We are not what we were 10 years ago. I think people are generally more aware. One of the collateral benefits of a pandemic like COVID has been that lots of things have happened to consumers which were never there, such as packaged foods. As Suresh mentioned in his opening comments, that everybody thinks that the packaged processed food is not as good as the wet market food. That's not quite true. But things have also changed now, and I think it's going to stay like that. So winning consumer trust is a must. I always say and always advise that for a processed foods company to succeed, actually, the company needs to have assessed the consumerism, the trends, the dynamics extremely well. If you can't predict the consumerism for the next 10 years, then I think you're in a wrong business. Because the way things are changing, and especially in a country like India, the way the behavioral pattern, the eating habits are changing in India, I think you need to be very predictive. If you are not, then you will find kind of, maybe you'll fail in terms of product designs, in terms of distribution, in terms of marketing. That's extremely important. The third thing which is extremely important is the shelf life enhancement or reducing perishability. So anything, any technology which can enhance shelf life and concurrently reduce perishability is obviously a winner. So lots of things, whether it is a freezing technology, the vacuum drying, or you have spraying. Yesterday I met somebody, there's a technology for enhancing the shelf life of things like tomato, simple sprays, a company in Australia which is doing it. I think those things are key, that you preserve your products for a longer time. And then not to miss out on packaging. I think packaging is key. I think 10–11% of the cost has been packaging any which way of processed foods. And there's so much of innovation which is happening in packaging around the world. The complication, the challenge has been the ban on single-use plastics, which is coming all over the world. We have also kind of flirted with it past few years. I do not think we still have a substitute, really speaking, but over time, I'm sure it will be replaced or substituted to something else. So packaging, expensive, but extremely key, and that is where technology can play a major role in a processing company. Last point, in terms of sector selection, I think the Vice Chancellor of NIFTM, you mentioned about it. My own personal passion for many years, and 25 years in Rabobank, has been on functional foods. We've done tremendous amount of work on functional foods. And I think we were early days some years ago, but today's the time. So I think things which are attacking your specific either illnesses or preventive care, I think that's where foods and beverages companies will succeed. Whether it is gut, it is joints, it is heart, it is something else, or pure simple skin, I think functional foods is the name of the game. And you might say sports drinks and all, of course, yes, Gatorade and things like this will also happen. But these are the areas which will most certainly succeed, and they'll grow faster than lots of conventional areas which are there, have been there in the past. So these are my opening comments. I think, Mayank, just to set the tone, happy to take on questions later on, but thank you very much again for inviting me here.
Thank you, Rajeshji, and now over to my dear friend Aditya.
A very good morning, everyone, and it's indeed a pleasure to be here, man. Thank you so much for having me on the panel with such distinguished members of the industry in attendance and senior colleagues in this in this panel as well. So I think the topic here is very pertinent. Every time we talk about creating unicorns, it's normally in the startup ecosystem, which is largely technology-led. So very often do we talk about creating future food unicorns, and Rajesh, you already touched upon the definition of unicorn. In many cases, I think it's been referred to a billion-dollar enterprise, but I think in the modern context, it goes far beyond to actually have a business which is path-breaking and goes well beyond its time into being a true category disruptor. And we've had many examples actually of unicorns in India, and we've got actually very few of them which come from our sector of food processing or consumer goods in the food space. A lot of them have been in the personal care space, in the technology space, and definitely in the e-com space. So I think there's tremendous potential, and the time for food processing, as my colleague and senior member Piruzji said, it's already reached beyond a sunrise sector into a higher orbit. So it's time to actually look at creating some of these unicorns. The challenge really lies in what a food unicorn would entail, and what do enterprises need to do in order to get there. Some of the key thoughts we've had at Barclays has always been in innovation right from the start. So we started doing categories which are trending now 25 years ago, when it was not popular in mainstream categories such as oats and muesli, granola bars and millet-based products. So I'm very happy to showcase a reintroduction of a millet-based cereal that we did, and we'd actually launched a 7-grain millet muesli in the late 90s, which was way before time, and that's where we touched upon a lot of demand-led and technological-led challenges. But more and more in our journey, we've realized that we keep talking about farm to fork, but the actual journey is fork to farm, and that's where all the trends come in. So if we are able to actually identify and preempt these trends, some of them might emulate from the West, some of them might be indigenous to India, I think, and work backwards on solving the technological issues that exist, because a lot of capital is actually flowing on the front end in creating the brand. There's a lot of venture money chasing, brand building, distribution expansion, international outreach. And I must congratulate, MOFPI here and FSSI here in terms of all the work that's been done in terms of Eat Right and all the landmark schemes, including, the most recent millet scheme that brands have been able to avail. But the trends which we see are across around health and nutrition. There's a huge focus on sustainability and plant-based health. It's interestingly poised for India because, while a lot of the work globally has been happening on replacing animals out of the food chain, largely in the meat space, but there is increasing, work in the nutrition side for this as well. And veganism has increased significantly, and it's no longer a very boutique offering. Plant-based beverages are now mainstream in many parts of the world, and India is following some of those trends, and I think we have the requisite raw material to be able to drive that forward. And Rajesh touched upon functional foods, and functional food is actually a big area because it's preventive, it's also proactive. So today customers are not just looking at preventing lifestyle disease, but living a healthier lifestyle by choice. And that opens up a whole set of opportunities, right from better for you products, which could go in India as well as Bharat, to extremely functional products, which are, foods made for athletes or people who want to attain a higher level of physical or nutritional goals. And protein and fiber are now mainstream, claims to actually put on a pack. But the entire crossover of functional nutrition and where nutraceuticals ends and foods begin is an area which is largely unexplored, and there's a lot of R&D that is happening in that space. But over the next few years, we expect that that is going to be mainstream, because right now you're either popping a pill or eating something there is a huge crossover there where we could actually, create technologies which help you gain certain goals without going down the nutraceutical route necessarily. The challenge again lies in technology, and a colleague recently touched upon stability. When we talk about key categories such as millets, there's a lot of focus on building the millet category. But if we look at grains like bajra, jawar, ragi, inherently they are very, very hard to stabilize. And as an organization, we've been through that journey where to stabilize something like millets, you end up adding ingredients that may not necessarily be nutritionally healthy or packaging them in a form. So I think there's a lot of investment required in the back-ending of these technologies as well. How do you make millets stable? How do you ensure they don't go rancid? How do you ensure they're safe for our kids before we actually, go all out there and export them? I think that part is something which requires a lot of financial as well as intellectual support, and a lot of the focus right now is on, rightly so, on brand building, on exports, on creating awareness, because when we go outside, there's a lot of opportunity we see around health and nutrition. There's a lot of murmur around millets, but very few millet-based products that actually reach the shelf. You'll see more of spelt, quinoa, barley. You'll see ancient grains coming in from Southeast Asia, South America, but that part is missing. So I think there is huge scope in that in that part of the entire value chain. And the export requires regular market development work. We have to look at what has been created out of South America in terms of the superfoods that they've got. They've managed to get quinoa into every part. Now Indian farmers are growing quinoa in several parts of the country. So our millets also have to look at a mainstream journey which goes right from the technology at the back end to the demand creation in the front end. And that will require consistent and patient effort and consolidated brand building, not just on the government side, but also from all of us marketeers. And the last part I want to touch upon is channel. So I think the biggest opportunity that we've got now in food, which did not exist at some level earlier, was the ability to really segment and dissect channels. So the food ecosystem in terms of food processing today and the downstream part of it is extremely diverse and omni-channel. So brands today are not constrained by challenges of where one could sell a certain quantity of product, and channel disruptions here to stay. So suddenly we have a whole gamut of Q-commerce players delivering things to you in 10 minutes. The kind of foods we need for that may not necessarily be the kind of foods that you'd even need for, say, an Amazon which delivers food to you the next day. So even within e-commerce, there's so much nuance. There is nuance in terms of what one could sell in India versus what one could sell in Bharat. There is a huge amount of opportunity which has been unlocked because of very strong channel diversity that has opened up. The organized retail has thrown many opportunities, but the next D2C unicorn would probably have a very strong lens on channel as well as on the consumer on those channels. So we have to work on what we could do potentially in each channel and not necessarily create a product and then identify where to sell it. And I think that opportunity would be immense for food brands, especially in the downstream part of our business. I think a lot of our schemes have already been covered, but I'd like to thank MOFPI again for the Sampada Yojana, the PLI scheme, the millet schemes. The only suggestions I had on the policy have already been echoed. The FTAs are not allowing us to have a level playing field in terms of manufacturing in India. Today, many categories, including beverages, including oats, there is benefit in manufacturing in the SAARC nations. I think that needs addressal in the form of creating the right environment. The GST also for many processed food products, I represent a category of breakfast cereals. It's taxed extremely high at 18%, and we actually penetrate by using 10 rupee packs into the interior parts of the country. So if we want these categories to grow, which also now are largely being driven by millet-based ingredients, we need to have a revisit on the taxation structures. Otherwise, we'd be constrained to not actually give consumers the relevant quantity of product that one would want at those price points. But these are thoughts which I think would enable. We've come a long, long way. I've been in the industry for a few years only, but even in the few years I've seen that we've grown leaps and bounds in terms of policy advocacy and where we've reached. But if we have to truly be a global player, our aspirations will still be to benchmark us against players which have the most the most encouraging processing environments, and I think we are on that journey, but there is a long route ahead. So thank you so much, Mayank, and we'll look forward to answering questions later.
Thank you, Aditya. Now over to Meghna.
Thanks, Mayank, for having me here. I think we're the youngest company and certainly far away from being a unicorn. But this has been a tremendous journey of about 5-6 years now. But there never genuinely has been a better time to build in India. The consumer is changing. Millennials are buying differently from the way their parents have bought. The way we're reaching our consumer, the ecosystem is being built as we speak. So whether it is D2C has changed the game. You can speak to your consumer, understand exactly what they want, the form factor in which they want it. The level of, I guess, consumer understanding that's possible has just sort of shifted exponentially over the last 10 years or so. Brands like ours have really benefited from that sort of piece. Of course, beyond sort of going direct to consumer, e-commerce, venture funding, which has really enabled brand building at a speed that was never possible earlier. Other like supply chain partners, which didn't exist in this sort of organized fashion, has really helped brands get there quicker. So really, the thought for everybody here is, look at your consumer. This is the best time to build and grow and for this country, which really is in dire need of nutrition security. Often when people talk about India, they talk about this demographic dividend. That dividend is going to be pretty useless if everybody is sick with either diabetes or cardiovascular disease. So the onus really is on companies like mine, like all of us in the room, to deliver products that are, good for us to eat and good for the planet as well as good for the farmer. The government is certainly trying with, pushing International Year of Millets next year. Schemes like the PLI and so on have been really sort of instructive and will help. But really the thinking has to come from people in this room. We're trying hard and I hope there's going to be sort of a lot more innovation over the next decade because, our consumers deserve it and frankly, the country needs it. So that was my only thought.
Thank you, Meghna. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions peppered at you when we get into the Q&A. Over to our last speaker of the panel, Rajdeep ji.
Thank you, Mr. Jalan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for discussion today is technology intervention in creating unicorns of the future. I think we are at a unique point in history where everything that happens in food in the journey forward is going to be technology based. Technology is going to play an increasing role in what happens in the food sector. And a number of things that I will cover today were already spoken about in the morning session, so I'll simply just touch upon it. But there is clearly a convergence of ideas, so I'll just quickly do a quick context setting of where we are in the journey, what are the challenges, and invariably from the challenges, what are the opportunities that are arising. So the food sector has held many promises throughout history, some realized, some others not. What we are witnessing today is a convergence of factors leading to a crucial tipping point. Need of the hour is to turn this promise into opportunity for all stakeholders. Worldwide food revenues expected to touch 8.8 trillion in 2022. Protein-rich foods, and I think protein is going to be a key factor in whatever happens in the world of food globally. The demand is going to exponentially grow versus every other category. So protein is the key challenge over here, and I'll touch upon protein in my conversation further. The pressure for change growing due to awareness of negative ecological footprint of parts of the food chain, and health and wellness are becoming part of political and social discourse. Invariably, this is going to have an impact on the journey that food is going to take going forward. There are new opportunities that are opening up across product formulations, new ingredients, distribution strategies, food service concepts. Entire value chains are witnessing this change, and I think the pace of this change is only going to grow going forward, and stakeholders are, and because of technological interventions, stakeholders are only going to experience the benefit of these changes in growing measure. From seeds, ingredients, processing and production, refinement and distribution, recycling, farmers, producers, retail, hospitality, consumers are all going to experience this change. It is also essential for governments and legislators to keep pace with this change, in fact, act as catalysts and create policies and incentives in a targeted manner. So just, and sir, you spoke about this morning, just very quickly touch upon the ecological footprint of food and other factors and challenges that are at play right now. There is insufficient food in the world today, as also there is insufficient quality food that is available to people. Unfortunately, this problem exists in parts of the globe despite vast improvements in food and food supply chains. According to the FAO, 750 million people will suffer from hunger this year, and over 2 billion people will not have access to quality food. The food industry is also creating challenges. 33% of greenhouse gases worldwide are created by food supply chains. Meat production is one of the key reasons for deforestation. Livestock production is the largest consumer of fresh water in the world. Agriculture consumes 50% of habitable land. There's a protein mismatch. And what do I mean by protein? And protein is a recurring theme in the challenges and the journey ahead. So what do I mean by protein mismatch is that the amount of energy that is required to produce protein is diminishing versus the amount of protein that you're getting from a product. And this is clearly not sustainable. Fish demand has increased over the recent past, but as a result, 93% of global marine stocks are either maximally or overexploited. Again, something that is not sustainable. Use of resources for producing food for a growing population. Global population is expected to be 10 billion by 2050. So to keep pace with this growing population, food has to grow by 50% against what we produced globally in 2009. How do we do it is a clear challenge. And how do we do it in a sustainable manner? Coming back to the protein paradox, to meet additional demand for protein globally, there is going to be a bottleneck of ability to produce additional protein versus the available resources. And this bottleneck will come as early as 2030, 2030, so it's not very far away. Today's methods of producing proteins are insufficient by way of need of resources and agricultural emissions. There is also a clear pressure on the health sector. Access to healthy diets is a precondition for good health. And there is significant evidence, in fact indisputable evidence, that a host of non-communicable diseases are diet related. So how to contain harmful effects of unfavorable diets is going to be a key conversation in the world of food going forward. There are also changing preferences. Consumers, and some of my co-speakers over here have already alluded to this earlier. So consumer preferences to cleaner food, more sustainable food is growing. And this is going to impact the industry's business going forward of how do they want to conduct their business. Global supply chain disruptions, again, it was touched upon this morning, and the last 2 years is very, very evident of what global supply chain disruptions. In fact, the war in Ukraine is continuing to put pressure on all of that. However, all these challenges and the context that we operate in also gives us opportunities. The pressing need for change can also be seen as offering promise. Various perspectives have emerged over recent years to reduce ecological footprint and meet consumer requirements while enabling provision of healthy foods to more people. And I also believe that unicorns of the future will follow through on some of these themes. I think that is very, very important. What are these themes? And I'll just very quickly touch upon them. Alternate proteins. And I think a lot of people already know what alternate proteins are. They are plant-based meats, plant-based milk, which is already there, oats, almonds, peas, etc. There is also the concept of microprotein. What is microprotein? It's another attractive building block for plant-based proteins, which is a single-cell protein derived from fungi through fermentation. So it is virtually no fat and very cost-effective to produce. Precision fermenting. So fermentation has been part of our food journey for a long time, and yogurt and breads and beer, etc. But precision fermenting builds on the same logic but advances it through use of microorganisms. Cellular agriculture. And cellular agriculture, whilst it's a very, very recent theme, it's an innovation that I think holds promise for the future, though there are also a little bit of debates on ethical debates on the extent of cellular agriculture that could be there could be possible for the future. So what it does is, instead of raising and rearing livestock, you raise and rear cells to produce protein and tissue. I think some of my co-speakers have already spoken about functional foods, so I will not go there. Clean foods. Another very important trend, and some of the unicorns will follow through on providing clean foods, which is essentially the food that you eat, but without some of the bad for you ingredients such as gluten, sugar, preservatives, etc. Vertical farming is another theme, and I think I'm not going to elaborate on that. And again, right now and also in the morning, food waste reduction was a key topic of conversation. I think 1/3 of total food produced in the world actually goes waste. And technologies in producing more sustainable food, technologies in supply chain interventions, technologies in packaging are all possibilities that are going to be exercised by unicorns of the future. And this change is going to be beneficial for everybody. I mean, consumers, agriculturists, producers, distributors, hospitality. Hospitality, surprisingly, I mean, it's a wonderful breeding ground of innovation, and hospitality is where a lot of innovations actually get tested and need to follow through on some of these innovations through hospitality is important. Also, there's a need to integrate back into agriculture. The challenges of the future are not going to be solved by the food processing industry by themselves. And there is obviously benefits for society, economy, and a great opportunity for investors going forward. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajdeep ji. Now may I request Shri Minaj Alam, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing, for his keynote address. Sir, please.
Respected Session Chairman, Shri Mayank Jalan, respected panel members, Shri Piroz Khambata, Shri Rajesh Srivastava, Shri Aditya Bagri, Ms. Meghna Narayan, Mr. Rajiv Sikkan, all dignitaries who are present here, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate CII for organizing this event and giving me an opportunity to speak here. there could not be better theme for the conclave than food processing industries to the next growth enabler for India at 100. The food requirement is shifting rapidly to meet changing consumer preferences and expanding needs of a global population that is expected to grow by 2 billion in the next 30 years. While the population forecasts reflect that the demand for food will skyrocket in the next few decades, predictions for the rate of climate change show that crop yields are expected to drop by a quarter in that time. So this innovation is desperately needed in order to overcome the challenge of demand-supply gap. Already we are experiencing the vagaries of weather and the rainfalls, irregular rainfalls, and which hurts the agriculture production in the country, which increases the price of agriculture commodities in the country. We are witnessing a significant growth in innovations in the processed food segment, backed by changing lifestyles, higher disposable incomes, better market connectivity, and focused nutrition. The growing consumer awareness has led to a focus on traceability and sustainable sourcing options. Currently, traceability solutions are limited to a large players focused on exports. However, there is rising demand for traceability even for domestic consumption. Industry innovations are being witnessed in terms of products, packaging materials, technologies for increasing shelf life, system automation, food machinery, etc. The role of Indian industry is crucial to the growth of not only the food processing sector but also for economy overall, given that the sector is a key employment provider and contributor to country's GDP. Cognizant of this, towards further encouraging the growth of industry, our ministry has launched a host of initiatives. We have different schemes for different sectors. We have PLI scheme for the large, we have PM KSY, that Sampada Yojana for small medium, and PM FME, that for micro enterprises. And these till 3 years back we were implementing only PM KSY, but now we are implementing all the 3 schemes with a total amount of around 25,000 crores. Apart from that, we know that 2023 has been declared as International Year of Millets, and I see this as a big opportunity that the food processing industry should leverage, because the history of food, especially in Indian context, will be left incomplete without giving due importance to millets. Innovative millet-based products are the need of the hour. Now, under the administrative control of the ministry, we have 2 institutes, NIFTEM Tanjavur and NIFTEM Kundli. Both these institutes have got INI status last year, and they are doing R&D in various products including millets. They have developed a lot of products, and it is good for industry to contact them and get transfer of technology for the product which they are developing. Towards encouraging millets itself, we have also approved the production link incentive scheme for food processing industry for millet based product for implementation from 2022-23 to 26-27 with an outlay of 800 crores. We invited applications for availing sales with incentives for millet based products having more than 15% millet content by weight or volume under this scheme. In addition to the PLI scheme launched by MOFI, towards tapping into export markets, the Government of India is also focusing on developing clusters for agriculture products on one district, one crop model. Each cluster will focus on crops which are high value and or having processing and export potential. A cluster based approach will provide significant incentives for setting up ancillary infrastructure for activities such as sorting, grading, packaging, and thus encouraging primary processing surrounding these clusters. This will further enhance and ease sourcing opportunities for the India food processing segment. Now, for this cluster based approach, we already have mega food parks and agro processing clusters. We have nearly 40 mega food parks and around 70 agro processing clusters. So, we want that more and more industries should set up the units in the cluster, so that it is easier for them to produce and also to supply to the market. The PMFME scheme of 10,000 crores is basically for micro enterprises. Now we are supporting micro enterprises because so far micro enterprises were left out of our schemes. Now this will help nearly 2 lakh micro enterprises, and we will also support their branding, marketing, and also incubation centers under this scheme. And this scheme particularly will generate more employment, because micro sector gives almost 75% of food processing sector employment in the country. Even though processing is capacity done by micro sector is only 25% of the total processing capacity. Our ministry has also finalized a lot of long-term strategies towards enabling food processing sector to grow to its full potential. We are also supporting R&D, research development, then also food testing labs, quality improvement, marketing and branding, and enhancing competitiveness of the sector through promotion of innovations. Towards encouraging food entrepreneurship management, we have established the NIFTEM Kundli Technology Innovation and Business Incubation Foundation. It is aimed at providing office facilities, mentorship support, seed money, laboratories infrastructure, and pilot plant access as a complete startup support ecosystem towards entrepreneurial development. While we take care of the policy roadblocks and provide a facilitating environment, we are also having expectations from Indian food processing industry to align with emerging trends shaping the food processing industry globally. So different policy issues have been raised here. Policy related to our ministries, PLI scheme, and also regarding GST. We are taking up the matter with the concerned ministries, and regarding PLI scheme, whatever has to be done, clarifications and issues, we would try to sort out so that the industry does not face any problem in implementing this scheme. Apart from this, we also seen that there is rise of plant-based proteins in the country's large vegetarian population. So the lab-based meat trend is still there in India. However, steps have been taken towards developing this segment. In India, the alternative protein sector can also help fight malnutrition sustainably. Aided by conducive policy and a strong ecosystem of incubators, accelerators, and venture financiers, agrotech innovations hold tremendous potential to revolutionize the food processing sector. Emerging technologies coupled with entrepreneurial spirit will integrate the entire value chain and remove systemic errors and benefit the most important stakeholder in the entire sector, the Indian farmer. I once again congratulate CIA for organizing this very topical conclave and bringing together all the key stakeholders. I hope the deliberations during the day can help promote innovations with an intent to facilitate enhanced value addition, a higher share in our export basket, in line with overall international food market trends, and create a more entrepreneurial friendly ecosystem with an overall objective of catalyzing the creation of food unicorns. I would like to reiterate our ministry's commitment to work hand in hand with all of you towards creating a holistic enabling environment for food innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We were hoping to do an interactive Q&A session, but I've just been peppered with messages from the Secretary that we are running way behind schedule. Most of us will be available post the session, so if anyone has any particular question, interaction, suggestion, if we can just take it up at a one-to-one level. As yes, sir. We can hear you if you just want to scream a little bit. No? Okay.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, as per a survey, our country is capable to create 4 crores well-paid jobs by 2025 and 8 crores jobs by 2030. So my question, how much percentage of the jobs will be created by food processing sectors by year 2025 and 2030?
So, Minhaj sir, up.
See, average our calculation, every crore of investment results in at least 8 to 10 direct jobs and maybe 25 to 30 indirect jobs. So it depends on investment. If we, whatever investment is there in accordingly that proportion, the job creation will be there.
You see, also just to add on to it, food processing is one sector which actually takes the entire chain together. Where are you getting your raw materials from? From the farmers. How are the raw materials coming to your factory? By transporters. What's happening in the factory is direct job creation. And then once it's produced, what is happening is going to the market. So you're creating a livelihood for retailers, distributors, salespeople, you know, the whole ecosystem. We firmly believe that food processing as a sector has the highest potential in the country for job creation. You know, there's no other sector which can create as many direct and indirect jobs per acre of the factory land and per crore of investment that food processing can. Thank you. Sir.
Sector or in food processing. So that is the reason why, in fact, I would say it is really going to support the employment generation in the years to come.
Okay. So thank you very much. I'm sorry that we had to cut short the session, trying to make up some time. As I said, most of us are going to be available post this, so please feel free to reach out to any of the panelists for any queries. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much to the illustrious panel for a very thought-steering session. Allow us just a few more minutes for some felicitations and a token of gratitude. We have some air purifying plants with us as a token of this gratefulness. Requesting you, sir, Mr. Mayank Jalan, to kindly do the honors. And just in the interest of time, if we may just start from the extreme left. First, felicitating Mr. Minhaj Alam, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Felicitations to Mr. Rajdeep Sikand, Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, Mr. Piruz Khambata, Ms. Meghna Narayan, Mr. Aditya Bagri, and requesting Ms. Jane Karkada, the Senior Director CII FACE, to kindly felicitate the session chair, Mr. Mayank Jalan. Thank you very much. A quick prep up for the next panel to come and take forth this session of deliberations on promising nutrition security and growth in the year of millets. Requesting you all to kindly remain seated. Without ado, we right away begin with the next session. And the applauded panel that shall be gracing the days for this session shall be moderated by Mr. Piruz Khambata once again, this time as the session moderator. We are overwhelmed and very warmly we welcome Ms. Shubha Thakur, the Joint Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. The eminent panelists shall be Mr. Shiva Krishnamurthy, the Vice President, Foods and Beverages, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Mr. Jagdeep Singh Marahar, the Managing Director and Head, Nestle R&D Center India Private Limited, Mr. N. Balasubramanian, the CEO of the Shrestha Organics, and Mr. Sachin Sharma, the Vice President and Head, Channel and Dairy Operations at ITC Limited. Requesting the distinguished guests and panelists for this session to please grace the dais with their presence. A very warm welcome to you, Madam. Ms. Shubha Thakur, the Joint Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, along with the applauded panel of erudite personas. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, may I please hand over the proceedings of the session to Mr. Piruz Khambata. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very warm welcome, especially to Ms. Shubha Thakur, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare, Government of India. Ma'am, thank you for joining us. We are a very esteemed panel, and the importance of the millet panel can be guessed from the fact that both in the inaugural session and the earlier session, almost every speaker talked about millets. So I don't need to really say about the importance of the sector. And also what I wish to do is, last time we had a very, or probably no question and answer, so this time I don't want, because a lot of participants definitely want to ask questions, so I would like to ensure that each one of us speaks a little bit less so that we can have more interactive session. Maybe that will help. And one more thing which I suggest is part of CII since long is this session also become what I call deliberation boards for policy interventions. So I would like each of the participants here to talk what are the policy interventions you want, and some of you also to talk about it, because I believe this government, the good thing about this government is it listens, it acts, and acts very fast. And we have seen that happening. And as I say, we are wanting more in the whole of COVID. If you see the Atmanirbhar Bharat schemes, the PLI, the reforms in what I call food regulations, everywhere I have seen this government, I should really laud them, anybody, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Food Processing, FSI, APEDA, they want to act upon industry, right? They want to bring solutions, they want to really ensure, and I think this sector deserves that. So I think let us also make this panel do that. Now, I would also like to introduce my other fellow panelist, Shiva Krishnamurthy. He is Vice President of Food and Beverages, HUL, and with 22 years experience in various sectors. Mr. Jagdeep Marhar is Managing Director and Head of Nestle's R&D Center, and I just went through your little CV. I'm very impressed, sir. You seem to be one of India's foremost food scientists, and I'm very happy that you are part of this. Mr. N. Balasubramaniam, CEO of 24 Organics. I think we have spoken once, and you really set up this whole organic thing going. And I believe huge potential is there. I'm just very happy that you are part of this panel. Mr. Sachin Sharma, he is Vice President, Head of Channel Dairy of ITC. And of course, ITC is probably today one of India's best players in this. Having said that, I would like to take only 2 minutes on the importance of this session. As I said earlier, everybody has talked about it. But let me tell you the important thing about millets, which I believe is more than anything else, is that A, it gives nutritious food to children. And I believe that whatever we say, if you really look at the lower incomes, if you see in the rural areas, one area where India has really not fared as well as possibly many other areas is child nutrition. And honestly, with so many government schemes happening, if this happens, it's a matter of concern not only for policymakers, but also for people like us, the industrialists. I believe we are in food processing industry, honestly, not to become a unicorn and get a valuation of billions and probably be on the Forbes list, but I believe we are on this industry for 2 more reasons, in my mind, main reasons. Number 1, help the farmer get double the income of his crop. Number 2, be able to give more nutritious food to people who really need that food, so to speak. And those are what I call living in the bottom of the pyramid areas. Now, how can we use this super crop millet for that? And I think this is an area which I think we all need to work together. So be it ragi, jowar. Now when we talk of free rice distribution, most of the state governments are doing. Why not free millet distribution? We are talking of midday meal schemes. Why not make the whole midday meal part of the of millets? We are talking of, let us say, CSR interventions of companies. We have foundations, we have trusts, we are working with private NGOs. Why not work on millet-based meals to the poor where they can help nutrition food? I believe a lot of our problems of public health lies with diabetes and many other things. Those all issues also can be solved with use of pellets. So I believe this is an arena where we need to work together on a very big way. The other big arena which I definitely believe, other than this for millets, is the export potential. That if today we need some crops which can be the crops of India. And I'm so happy that government has declared this millet year. And I always tell a lot of people that countries are identified with crops. So like wine is from some region, almonds are from some region, cheese is from some region. And of course, Indian mangoes are always there, but why not millets? And that is the area, if we all food companies come together, we work on millets. The government focuses their energy with the PLI schemes in particular. We ensure that the tax things are done with, as just said in the earlier session, that there is no point taxing millet-based food at 18 and 24. If we are able to dovetail all this, our research scientists come together and really ensure that we work on it, then we will get where we are going. Now coming to the session, what I have done is that we had some call yesterday and we were going to focus on a few issues. But before that, I'm told, Secretary, you have to leave, so probably you would like to first give your address or you have time till 1:30. What's your? 120. Then I think what we will do is, you can give your address first, and then as time permits, we will carry on with our session. Maybe that will be perfect. So then probably you can listen to some of us. But before that, I would say the four, because you have to leave, so I will say in my mind, there are 4 areas where we need to deliberate. Number 1 is the agriculture side. How do we grow more millets? How do we increase the yields? And how do we grow them across the country? Number 2, I believe, is the concept selling of millets. How do we ensure that advertising, marketing of companies, the government also, the government like FSI, the Eat Right movement, why not have a movement on Eat Millet movement? So how can we market the product, and how government and industry can work together? Imagine every biscuit company saying, I am millet, beverage company is saying, I am millet. Everybody talks of millet, then suddenly millet becomes bigger. So how do we do that? And that also, in my mind, millet should not be called millet. It should be called some language which is better understood, but that's a part of a marketing game. Number 3 is the global platform. I did mention about it, but how can we work together in ensuring that, for example, in all food exhibitions in the world, the Sias, the Nugas, and the Gulf food, we actually have millet pavilions, and all the companies making millets are in that pavilion. And we market, here is it, the Indian millet is big. Something like what do the French people do with their wines or cheese and whatnot. So the third thing is the global thing. Number 4, I believe, very important in millets is to ensure that the R&D people, the R&D teams of our companies, the universities are able to come out with food products based on this, which I think a lot needs to happen, which I am sure, if we really work together, can happen. And last is that, which I did mention earlier, but more focused spend, taxes. That how do we ensure that millet-based products are having reduced tax? So these are the 5 arenas where I would really like to dwell upon in our deliberations. But I think before that, ma'am, if you can give your address, and then we'll start our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this very important conference. I'm Mrs. Shubha Thakur, Joint Secretary, Agriculture. I look after all the crops, all crop production, oil seeds, oil palm mission, and millets is just one small part of my job profile, but it's becoming the most biggest profile. And my fellow colleagues on the dais and all the audience, I'll just stick to what the 4 broad areas what was mentioned by my colleague earlier, what the government is doing, how we have this whole of government approach, how we are taking all the steps forward for the millet movement to become a global movement. So India's efforts began in 2018. We declared the year 2018 as a national year of millets. So it's been a journey from 2018 to this date. And once we declared the year National Year of Millets, a lot of interventions were taken in India. We had the National Food Security Mission. A special sub-mission was launched in which we give emphasis on seeds, on demonstrations, on farmers' trainings, on startups. We gave a lot of support to the Indian Institute of Millet Research. The ICAR, under which it falls, is a very big partner in all of this, in all these efforts. And for the IIMR, the Indian Institute of Millet Research, which is there in Hyderabad, we gave funding for their upgradation of the center in Hyderabad. We established 3 centers for excellence across the country. We gave money to startups. We set up exclusive FPOs. So right from 2018, that has been gradually building up. And that's why what you see here today is a result of those efforts that we have reached here today because of these efforts by the government. And of course, we took it up very forcefully in the United Nations, and we had the support of over 70 countries. And I must thank those countries to support India. But apart from those 70 countries, a lot of other countries are also coming forward and seeking India's assistance and giving their outright support for the millet movement. And recently we had a very successful luncheon for all the ambassadors, the foreign ambassadors who are posted in India. And they were very delighted to see the products available by our startups and all the, by Tata, by Bagri, by so many startups are there, by Nestle. There are so many startups, I can't even name all of them. Over 400 startups are there. So this is how we've been building up. So now once this United Nations year has been declared, what next? What do we do next? How do we weave together all the interventions of the different departments of the government of India? MOFPI is a very important partner because as I am told in many seminars we've had on millets and also one-on-one interactions with all the companies, ITC, Nestle, so on and so forth, through CII, through ASSOCHAM, through FICCI, the processing part is still a concern for millets. So that we have to work on hand in hand with the industry and also the R&D. The government is heavily investing in R&D to address those issues of the millet processing problems, machinery, the availability of machinery, small machinery. That is one area where we are lagging behind and we need to work together and come forward. So how do we take millets to the world? So India produces around 20% of the global production and 80% of Asia's production. So we are well poised to be the global millet hub of the world. And our biggest ambassador, if I may say so, is the Honorable Prime Minister himself. I'm always 2 steps behind. He's always 2 steps ahead of us. And, but it is a very good, it's a very good challenge for us, how to keep up and rise up to his expectations. But of course, all of you are partners in this, and new products to take it, how to take it to the masses. So to make it a Jan Andolan, as we call it, we have seen various Jan Andolans such as Swachh Bharat. So to make that, to make millets into a Jan Andolan and have millets on every plate of every Indian in some form or the other is our challenge. And the government is working together. We have various themes, nutrition, awareness building, and then health, MOFPI. So we are all working together. For the export, there's a big potential. And as was mentioned, unless we take the Indian products to the world and show them that our products are good for you, they're good for nutrition, and we sell them as very healthy foods, very climate resilient, very good for the climate, carbon neutral, and you know, addressing the sustainable development goals of the UN. So this is how we want to market it. But for the engagement of the industry and having meetings, B2B meetings in countries abroad, we are working through the APIDA. APIDA is also our major partner. And we have had meetings with all the Indian embassies abroad and one-to-one meetings, and they are very excited. They all have many ideas and many plans on how to take it forward in the countries over there, how to involve the Indian diaspora, how to put it on the market shelves of big retail outlets of Europe and USA, Southeast Asia, Middle East. Some are there, but that needs a big push. So the embassies are playing a big role. So next year we have a series of meetings lined up in the countries abroad also, where we have made a template of how to engage with the industry, how to take startups there, how to take our farmers there, so that they can also see the huge possibilities which are there for millets in the world. And a lot of activities have been planned. G20 is there next year. For all G20 meetings, millet is the focus. And we have 4 exclusive agriculture meetings in G20 where we have planned side events on millets. So as you can see, the scale of work which is there. Today, this morning, we had a meeting with the Indian ASEAN ambassador, and he also wants to have, the ASEAN wants to have exclusive millet meetings in India and also in the ASEAN countries. So every day the work is increasing, I'm getting new ideas. But the industry has a major role to play to take the food to the masses, and enough of oats, enough of quinoa. We have to start talking about millets more. And just as India led the International Yoga Day, so this is the second major push which the government has done, and International Year of Millets. I can tell you I have support from the very top, and the sky is the limit. We will help you in any way you want us to help you. Name it, and we will definitely try our best. You have to be our equal partners, and funding is there for the for all schemes and all R&D, seed interventions. So it just has to be structured well, and the dialogue has to keep happening between industry and us. And we are planning one-on-one meetings with other industry partners also. But let me ask you one thing. If you want to eat millets today, where will you go? Which restaurant will you eat millets? Can anybody answer? Where will you eat? If I ask you, where will you eat Chinese food or South Indian food? You can answer. Sagar Ratna and so. So this is our challenge. I cannot name a single place today that I can tell someone, you go and eat millets here and it will be available. So I personally feel if we can capture a Haldiram's or a Bikaner Wala and have millets we can reach the masses through that also. So this is the challenge. We'll have various millet festivals, fairs, talking about millet, showcasing the products, chef conferences, processing industry conferences. And one major event is going to be planned in India, hopefully in February. There will be a big global event, and through that event we will invite everyone. And it's just my sincere request that I urge all of you to make millets a national movement and eventually a global movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And industry would really like to partner with the government on this. And if you permit us, we will also like to give you some interventions required from the government in a one-on-one manner. Having said that, I think we knew. Okay, please.
Thank you very much.
You can't give this, so we'll have to give some millet-based thing.
So that is in the zone outside.
Millet khichdi manga do. Thank you very much. Please.
So just as a gesture of our gratitude for gracing this occasion, in spite of your busy schedule, thank you very much, Madam, Ms. Shubha Thakur, for your kaleidoscopic insights and your pearls of wisdom. Thank you for enriching this conclave.
We have Mr. Shiva Krishnamurthy, Vice President Tea and Foods Industry and Labour. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here and share some thoughts and learnings. I think like Piruz called out the themes, one of the themes is marketing, and I tend to gravitate to that being a marketer. And in category development, we've actually had two big learnings. One learning is that we need to market the truth, which means that we just need to amplify what consumers or people already believe. And a great example is green tea. You know, many of us weren't drinking green tea or probably didn't even know what it was 5 years back, but everyone believes, and rightly so, that it helps us lose weight. And people just amplify and propagate that to build the category. So I think a similar job needs to be done on millets because people already believe that it is good for them. People know what it does for satiety, what it does if you are diabetic, what it does for digestion, etc. And I think a campaign on its goodness is probably something that we should seriously consider. And the industry could help maybe create the next, the egg type of campaign on millets. But like Piruz correctly pointed out, millets is not consumer speak. People don't call millet a millet, they call it a ragi or they call it so maybe it needs that nuancing and that kind of regionalization. The other big learning we've had in category development, like Madam correctly pointed out, is that food trends always travel from out of home to in-home. So when the sandwich wala serves you mayonnaise is when you realize that there is something called mayonnaise and you want to eat it at home along with your bread and along with your sandwich. So I couldn't agree more with the fact that it might be a good idea for us to work with AHAR or the other restaurant associations to create something which is millet based, which becomes a big dish. Now, what that dish will be and how we push it is probably something worth deliberating upon. But we can say from experience that food trends travel from out of home to in home and not the other way around. So I think we need to start that tipping point from there. The other call out was how do we take Indian millets global, and if we can have quinoa and olive oil at home, and I can tell you as a South Indian that we sometimes have quinoa instead of rice and add curd to it. So if quinoa can actually penetrate a South Indian plate and become curd rice, there's no reason why our millets cannot travel abroad. And like some of the earlier people spoke about, there are two things that seem to work for a global audience. One is, of course, the credentials that millets have as a more planet-friendly crop. It depletes water less, it creates crop diversity. So it has all the right things that make it a regenerative kind of crop. So that could be one way to market it. Of course, it's gluten-free. And one of the things that we could strive for is to get some kind of a tagging for our millets as a superfood. We go to many restaurants and find items in the menu tagged as a superfood, and millet is certainly a superfood. And if we could get that sort of currency going among the international community, that might be useful. I think the Bagri's panelists pointed out earlier very valid challenges on things like stability. You know, there is stability, there is, I mean, I don't think we know as much in terms of the crop and the science and the processing of millets as much as we know about others. And being someone who's worked in tea for a very long time, one of the learnings that we can probably take from tea is have an institute like Toklai Research Institute. Many of you would have heard of it. It is probably the foremost and the best tea research institute in the world. And they do a lot of work in Assam on cloning and cropping and making sure that we get the best quality tea in India. So, you know, we have a lot of centers of excellence already in India, and we could maybe start with the department, but as a medium and long-term opportunity, we could probably look at a center of excellence that is dedicated to millets and the science of millets and the research, which might probably help address many of these problems. So, exciting opportunity, happy to be part of it. Thank you.
Actually, when I mention about it, the whole idea is that in India, when we say millet, people know ragi, they will know bajra, they don't. So possibly there is a way to have, when we are all marketing it, that's what the thought which you are marketing fellow, that how do we use that one common name? Other option is possibly we use the Indian names only in our communication. Abroad is a different story, but this requires a lot of deliberation. Now we have Mr. Jagdeep Singh Marasha, Director of Nestle R&D Center. Sir, if you would like to more focus on the technology aspect with your experience, that what we can be doing, especially ma'am also mentioned, on the processing side of it also.
Sure. Thank you, Piyush. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here to address this August gathering. And I think it is also amazing to see how across different panels we have been discussing millets today and what opportunity it brings in. So before I get into how can we use technology to innovate with purpose in millets, I would just like to take a step back and set some context. For this particular panel, the key theme is promising nutrition security and growth together. And I think, nutrition security cannot be delinked from food security. And this is where millets have played a positive, negative role both in terms of their journey over the last 50 years. If you look at it, these were staples which were part of the food basket. Around 20% of the food grain basket were millets around 50 years back. And we needed a green revolution to feed the population that we had, and I think India did an incredible job in making sure that we did not get hit by famines by the part there with the increase in rice and wheat. But what it did was that it took away the land which was growing indigenous crops like millets. And they have now traveled a journey from being a poor man's diet to being superfoods. So maybe a learning for us as well, that in terms of also certain decisions that we basically pick up, what is the impact on the indigenous crops across. Now millets are probably one of the most sustainable crops that we have. I mean, they don't only have a third of a carbon footprint of wheat, but they use probably a fourth of water, what we put in for cultivating rice. And I think these are important areas for us, especially considering that these grow very well in regions where the soil quality is marginal, where we have salinity, where we have issues. And unfortunately, a third of our soils today are impacted by this. So from a food security moving forward, these are important set of crops that we need to look at to make sure that they are there in the basket and we can leverage these. The second part is on the nutrition security. Now this is where there are three key burdens. The undernutrition part, where people cannot afford enough. Overnutrition in a certain segment, where we have a very imbalanced sort of a basket which we eat. And thirdly, which runs across, is the micronutrient deficiency, where different micronutrients, and especially I think there was a discussion on children, how it is impacting with stunted growth and issues that come in the beginning. Different millets have a major role to play here. There are, for example, bajra has 10 times more iron than wheat. And similarly, a ragi would have, 4 times more iron than wheat, and ragi has 10 times more calcium than wheat. And I think these are the sort of deficiencies that we are talking about when we look at our broader population across. However, the availability of some of these millets is restricted to only some critical ones here, and the amount of varieties available are quite a lot, which are very much adapted to the local climate and the soil conditions. So Ms. Thakur mentioned before, I think from an agriculture policy point of view, I think this is something that we will need to see. If we have to innovate, we have to innovate at scale so that we can make a difference. And that is where, from a technology part, making sure that we address the three quadrants, the taste, the convenience, and the nutrition together, while making sure that we are able to address affordability of the product so that they can become mass, becomes quite crucial in terms of driving this in. We have been working in this particular area. There are positive parts on millets which need to be leveraged, and it depends on how do we process. What do we do on millets? Aditya mentioned before, because these are not necessarily the most stable products around. But if we do not process these properly, we can take away all the goodness. And this is a part that we would want to also build in together with the research institutes to try and see what are the best areas that we can influence. Millets also have certain anti-nutritionals, which, these are hardy crops. They are very, very resistant to insects. They're very resistant to, any sort of diseases, which makes them by design pesticide-free. You don't need much chemicals to grow them, but to process them is also equally hard. The type of processing machineries, therefore, from an end-to-end ecosystem view, becomes quite critical, because the size of each one of these millets, for example, is different. So you cannot standardize to a level that we can do for a wheat or a rice, and that is something which will be crucial as we bring scale to this particular industry. I think in terms of the opportunities and challenges for scaling up, I mean, they go hand in hand. How do we convert millets mainstream? Two aspects. One is, again, looking at consumer first. How do we create the pull? How do we create a pull for these particular products in that they are aware of what millets bring in terms of the health connotation? How do we create awareness for farmers to make sure that they can be made a meaningful, economically meaningful proposition so that you can move away from the normal part of wheat and rice? And then how do we convert products into the part there that they can become convenient? I think, I mean, one of the things which we will realize is the reason why people have gone away from millets is because they are difficult to process. And in the kitchens, it is, with the limited time, it is becoming more and more tough to move in there. Availability of millets in right quality. These are very seasonal crops. Some of the millets are hardly available for a month in the year. So the entire value chain for millets in terms of whether it is storage, procurement, and making sure that they come in with the right quality across so that the product qualities can be built up will be key for our consumers here, but also when we start to export. I think leveraging key tools on both the product quality, traceability, varieties, which varieties can be put in to ensure continuous supplies, and then innovating to create new product experiences. I believe we are at a very strong starting point here with all the plant-based changes that have started to happen as movements across. I think we are traditionally a strong plant-based culture, something that we can pick up with a huge diaspora outside India. Millets present a very strong and robust platform for us to leverage moving forward. And this is where collaboration from an industry side, but also with the pioneer institutes like ICMR and other areas becomes super critical as we move forward. Thank you very much. We'll be happy to take the questions later.
Thank you very much. Please, thanks again. We'll carry on, and we have Mr. Balasubramaniam. His company has been marketing millet-based products, I know, since long. So, sir, we are very nice to you talk about your actual experience in marketing these products,
sure,
and actually the global front also, because you have been active on this front.
Sure.
Also.
Thank you
very much.
So, good afternoon, and thanks to CII for giving us this opportunity. And I think Piruz and earlier Suresh Narayan also spoke a lot about why this is required and why are we here today. And my fellow panelists have covered a lot of ground, so sometimes it's good, sometimes it's difficult, because I have to think of new things to talk about. But now, see, I represent an organization called Sreshta. We have a stall here. The brand name is 24 Mantra. We have been in, let's say, organic food business for nearly 15 years now, 15 years and counting. We also, we are present in India as well as internationally. And unfortunately, Mr. Thakur had to leave, but one of the first points I wanted to cover was about the farmer. So our company was set up and we work on, our first principle is to see how the farmer makes a little bit more money than what he does today. And we believe very strongly that millets will play a big role in helping the farmers get better realization. Most of the audience here may or may not know paddy and wheat prices are actually very, very low for the farmer. They're not really remunerative. However, the story with millets like bajra and jawar and ragi is no different, though a lot of state governments are now supporting and trying to get the minimum support price at a reasonable level for the farmers. We also work with what we call as minor millets, which is foxtail, barnyard, and little millet, and so on, which are far more difficult to grow, have much lower yields, and from a processing point of view, I don't think anyone in the country has yet figured out how to manage, how to process it efficiently. So we do it, and it's a very expensive and very, very tough process because they are very unstable, and the harvesting process itself is very, very difficult. So most of it just falls to the ground, you have to collect from the ground, and so on. So these are challenges which we are still working on after many, many years. But I think the interventions which have happened from 2018 and even slightly earlier than that by Karnataka government and so on, have helped to bring millet to the center point now, right? So the most important thing here is really the consumer, right? And earlier Shiv spoke about it, and even Jagdeep touched upon it. I think the critical differentiator here is how do we get consumers to really opt for millet as a food of choice? And coming from an organization which focuses on what generally we call a center of plate, we sell rice and wheat and dals and everything in organic. One of the biggest challenges, since Firoz also spoke about our experience, is to make an Indian consumer really take a closer look at the everyday food he or she is eating. And I think that's the biggest battle we have to fight and educate consumers in terms of, there is sort of additional fortification, all of that is there, but consumers really are not putting enough focus on what they eat every day, right? And that's what we are trying to break with organic and with millets. And I think partially we have been successful, both in India and internationally. And I think what I wanted to talk, we've been talking to the government earlier as well about creating a fund, really like Shiv just mentioned in passing about NECC, National Egg Coordination Committee, which did a huge effort to promote eggs in this country. And some of you may not even think that was done, but that was done about 35, 40 years back. And that's why we started consuming eggs. Otherwise, even egg consumption, even dairy consumption was pretty low in this country. So the idea is to create something. The challenging part is for larger brands, larger organizations, this becomes a 90-10 challenge. For smaller organizations like us, we don't have enough funds to keep doing that for years. So that is why we had actually represented to the government a few times, including the PMO, that there's sort of a fund which is created where the industry can participate, which can promote in real terms consumer awareness and consumption of millets. And of course, for us, organic is our backbone. So millets, organic, and good food, which, meaning with the last initiatives. In fact, Ms. Thakur, while leaving, she mentioned we collaborated recently, 2 months back, with the government to create a video for all the ambassadors who had come, and Prime Minister spoke to them, and we made that video for them along with IIMR. And I think the international set of ambassadors were also addressed by the Prime Minister recently in Gujarat. So those initiatives hopefully will help us to globalize millets even more. So we as a brand are present in Walmart in the US and so on, but we are in some sort of corner international section. The idea is how do we make Indian products, especially organic and millets, mainstream within these markets. So the government has taken those initial steps, and hopefully with this, the kind of movement will get strengthened. We on our part, more to Jagdeep's point, I think our effort is to also work or put more resources behind R&D to develop products which are more, which have a more international flavor. So currently we are sort of popular with the Indian diaspora and most of the international markets. But the idea is how do we get global audience, global consumers to look at our food more seriously. And we are working on that as well. And the last point, I think Ms. Thakur touched upon, we are also pursuing with a lot of Horeca, a lot of hotels, restaurants for many years now to make organic and millets as part of their sort of offering to consumers, so that not only in home, you get organic millet food outside home as well. And hopefully in the next year, couple of years, as things are progressing at this rate, we will see some places where it should be possible to get organic and millets on the menu. So we are just behind. Some places we have started. Hopefully it'll become much bigger in the near future. Okay, and thank you. Hopefully we have some questions where I can add more. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. And my compliments, because I've been your consumer, so I'm absolutely sure they are good products. And when we talk about the taste is very important in anything. So the consumer, in my mind, still buys for taste. They talk of health, but they actually buy for taste only, actually. That is true. So coming to our last speaker for today, Mr. Sachin Sharma. He is Vice President, Channel and Dairy Operations ITC. Sir, please, it would be a pleasure. If you can make your comments some 5 minutes, and then we'll probably go.
Good afternoon. I think a tough job being the last speaker in the panel and just before lunch. So I will not be taking too much time because a couple of points are already been made. That's the advantage of being the last in the panel. So I think the topic is nutrition and millet. So we have seen a lot of speakers speaking about the challenges which nutrition sector has in India. So, one side we have issues of diabetes or malnutrition. There is a hidden hunger in the sense that, are we getting the right, nutrients like micronutrient deficiency, vitamin intakes, etc. Obesity is growing. In fact, in India, it's a big problem in US, growing very fast in India as well. So, and I think millets, have a solution for all of this, being low in GI and rich in antioxidants, fiber, iron, and our studies and research really says that it really helps in every stage of right from adult, say children, infants, for women, elderly, and can become a very rich source of say nutrition and can really solve this imbalance and this problem. And in fact, the importance of millet has been right from the Ayurveda time in India. But now the question is that if all this has been so good, then why millets have actually lost its place in Indian, food plate? So, like for example, some 20, 30 years back, it was around 20% of the food basket. Now it is around 6%. The different studies say. The area of millet has come down by 56%. In India over last 40 plus years, while India is still the largest producer of millets. So some of the challenges which we felt as ITC as a value chain player, and we are in millet-based brands. We have 5 products, in the range of Ashirwad superfood, as well as also we have millet-based cookies and ready-to-eat. And also on the farmer side, we are working with farmers on the millet value chains, for quite some time. So if I have to just summarize the key challenges, which we face today, and if we have to address, we have to really get millets back to glory. So one is on the demand side, which has been shared by the fellow panelists also. And I think the knowledge gap in consumer is something which we say which, why, how part of the millet, like which millet should I have, why should I have, how means how do you make good recipes out of millet at home, because that culture largely has not got cascaded from one generation to other. So that's one side which is on the side of demand. Also millets are not part of public distribution system largely, while the cereals have been. So somewhere from the government side also millets were not part of the push, and therefore the demand side really needs to be addressed. Second is on the supply side here, the post-harvest and supply chain management, like somebody rightfully said, that difficult to process, and product development in terms of how do you handle the taste challenge of millets, because they are not really been liked by kids as a taste profile. So how, if you have to change the habit of having millets right from the beginning, then you have to, get kids start eating it as a daily diet, and then only once they grow, it can become a sustainable, food for them. Other set of challenges on the farmer side, that's where I will, have more of our experience, and so one is the challenge of varieties. So millet, the farmer incomes have been lower than cereals. So what happened, wherever the irrigation has actually reached in last 40, 50 years, farmers migrated to cereal crops which had better demand, better prices, and is higher productivity and returns. So India, we have a challenge of low, returns. Like for example, jowar, bajra will not compete, especially jowar, etc., with say paddy and other. But what we have seen is that within say jowar, if farmer is able to get the right practices in place, latest varieties, there is a potential to increase 50 to 100% of productivity, and that changes the whole game in terms of the farm economics for the farmer. So why it is low? One is the old varieties. So in last 10 years, some 154 varieties have been developed by various institutes. But the challenge is that farmers, these varieties have not rightly reached to the farmers. And farmer is still dependent on the traditional low productivity varieties, and which leads to a yield gap. Second is old practices. The latest package of practices extension is required at a wider scale. And the conventional extension system can only help them in one way. Next is the post-harvest management. So as especially the minor minutes need hulling. So that dehulling process needs a specific type of post-harvest. So the low-cost machineries needs to be developed. So, and of course on the demand side, I have already, touched based, my views. So what can be some of the focus areas? I'll focus most, largely on the farmer side. So one is, I think, given that the land holdings are very small, millets are being grown by small marginal farmers. So we need to focus more on the farmer collectives, so that there can be a collectivization both in terms of production as well as farming and also the output sale. So FPO can play a very important role, we feel, in terms of increasing the millet adoption by the farmer and getting economies of scale. Second is the cutting edge research and development through various institutes like IIMR, and we have some 2 success stories wherein we, along with IIMR, promoted say millets in Maharashtra, and this collaboration really helped improving farmer incomes and the productivity. Or similarly, we did with Andhra government in Andhra, wherein we created FPOs and we focused on the best millet varieties, package of practices, along with post-harvest support and market linkage. So therefore, the cutting-edge R&D and institutes, and that collaboration is critical. Next is very important is how do you leverage the digital technologies which are coming in agriculture. So every farmer has unique challenges in terms of his soil type, the type of crop he wants to grow, the agroclimatic zone. So this kind of customization is very much possible through agriculture digital platforms. And we have many new technologies coming in wherein you can actually profile farmer basis his soil type, climate, weather, and can give very personalized advisory. So here, that's also one of the big game changer going forward we see for millet. And in this context, we have already started rolling out ITC Mars, which is our super app for the farmer, which is progressively going for the millet farmers as well. Next, is in terms of a collaboration of various stakeholders. If you want to promote it, is R&D institutes, value chain players, and new generation startups. So that rather than we all giving point solutions, can you become a solution integrator for the entire value chain and can address some of these issues. Last, I will touch on the exports. So while there's a lot of potential for exports, but any export customer needs a traceability, identity preservation, and a food safety in the crop. So therefore, not only we need to promote the exports, at the customer end, but the entire back end and value chain also needs to be aligned for food safe crop production. Millet have inherent advantage in this, but having a digital platform for traceability and connecting for those varieties which are more suited for export customers, and connecting farmer to exports will be a key place. And here some of the asks from the government, one is can we have large scale millet extension programs, connecting value chain players, and can have a collaboration Another is using more digital platforms, for the farmers, and in the entire chain, so that millet can become more export compliant and more, profitable for farmer. Specific policy on exports can also be looked at, and of course promoting millets both in Indian and international market as superfoods, is another area. So thank you very much, CII for giving me this opportunity, and we are looking forward to contribute in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have time for a few questions before we wrap, if anybody has any.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, just all millet producers discuss millet as safe and advantageous. But I want to know, are there disadvantages or risks also?
So, I won't say there is a disadvantage or a risk, but what some of the speakers already said, we've been off millets for many years, and most of the food we eat today, there is a sort of lack of fiber. So sometimes some, highly enthusiastic consumers make the mistake of switching entirely to millets overnight, and that creates problem because it's so high in fiber content that immediately it'll give you constipation and related issues. So it has to be moderated even as you switch. Right? That's a basic caution. I don't think there's any other risk or a challenge with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Please, go ahead.
Like since morning, like it's not related to the millets only, and we have amazing leadership from the different industries. There was one topic which was discussed about the sustainability since morning. Like a couple of slides also came. We are building basically farm to fuel supply chain and the fuel which basically aviation fuel. I want to understand with respect to Indian market, do we have a customers who are ready to pay for the sustainability? Because that's where the major gaps come. So anyone who want to do, like any leaders, those who are from the industry. So that's where the challenge, because everybody wish to participate, but since there is no customer, it doesn't move ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I already spoke about that. I think we've been in, let's say, trying to get customers to support organic, therefore sustainable agriculture over the last 15, 16 years now. It is changing, and I think all these habit change or behavior change takes time. And my sort of understanding is in the next 5 odd years, you will see big changes happening. So till now, yes, people were talking about it's a boardroom, drawing room, home discussion, but people are not putting their money where their heart is or head is or mouth is. I think that's beginning to change. Thanks.
Any other question? Okay then, every good thing has to probably end. So we are ending to this session. Now there is lunch, and thank you to all the participants, all the speakers, and all of you for listening to us. And of course, thanks to CII for putting us all this together.
So we kindly spare us a few more minutes. Some felicitations, please. So with that, a mighty session on the miraculous millets seemed to be concluding. Requesting Mr. Piruz Khambata to kindly felicitate, and maybe for the ease of convenience and time, we may begin with the extreme left. Felicitations to Mr. Sachin Sharma, Mr. Jagdeep Singh, Mr. Shiva Krishnamurthy, Mr. Bala Subramanian for their invaluable insights, and requesting Ms. Jane Karkada to please felicitate Mr. Piruz Khambata.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, just a quick announcement. We as CII FACE, in partnership with the Harvard Law School, are undertaking a survey towards understanding the enablers towards food donation in India. We will share the survey QR code on screen. Request you all to kindly scan the code and take the survey. It will take 5 minutes. It's a company agnostic survey. Request you all to contribute, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I also think that there has to be a resounding round of applause for the on-time arrival. We are arriving at the lunch right in time. Applauses to the panel for taking it so, articulating it so meticulously. Thank you very much. Welcoming you for the lunch break now. Thank you.
In 2021-22, CII proactively expanded its initiatives for national development and industry growth. Supporting industry resurgence, the Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) crafted a relevant and progressive theme for 2021-22. Building India for a new world: competitiveness, growth, sustainability, technology.
So building India for a new world is something which we carrying forward from last year. But the other words that we've used are competitiveness, growth, sustainability and technology. Competitiveness and growth have featured extensively over the last 30 years in the various themes. For me, climate change and technology are going to be very, very important for us over the next few decades. CII has always been pioneering in its thought process, and I think it's important for us to lead the way on this.
CII in 2021-22 charted new initiatives to strengthen industry competitiveness across its pillars of intervention. CII placed strong stress on accelerating vaccination and building macroeconomic stabilizers for growth. At the CII annual meeting in August 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urged CII members to leverage the new reform policies.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भारतीय उद्योगों पर है और मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार आपके साथ है, आपके हर प्रयास के साथ है।
Through 8 task forces, CII made impactful suggestions during successive pandemic waves on policies to support business, expand oxygen production and ensure quick vaccination. CII's project Vaccine Nation covered millions of beneficiaries through vaccination camps. Its relief work continued to help distressed sections of society through healthcare interventions and medical equipment. CII's proactive policy advocacy worked towards creating a facilitative environment for economic recovery with close interaction with the government. CII's pre-budget memorandum and many publications based on in-depth analysis and research provided roadmaps to guide policymakers on specific issues and sectors. Many CII recommendations found place in policy announcements over the year.
We value your inputs, and I think it's, as always before, played a very critical role in the preparation of the budget, and I think that is fairly apparent. I would call upon industry to ensure that we don't lose this opportunity for India to reach a higher level of industrialization, manufacturing in India, and the global arena which is getting opened up.
CII's research and policy recommendations across a range of areas continue to identify best policy solutions to support industry. After many months, with the return of physical meetings, CII organized the first CII Global Economic Policy Summit, which brought together leading ministers, global economic thought leaders, and Indian industry to deliberate on India's growth process. New ideas were shared on investment, employment, global engagement, and social sectors, among many others. Across industry sectors, CII intensified its policy interventions to enable all the engines of the economy to accelerate over the year. It drove the agenda for ease of doing business and energized interventions for many sectors. CII partnered with the government for developing the vision for Industry at 100 in 2047. This covered horizontal enablers, 13 manufacturing sectors, 12 service sectors, and 5 sectors of tomorrow. In a world of change during this year, CII's external engagement continued unabated. the 27th CII Partnership Summit attracted global thought leaders and ensured new ideas and strategies for global connectivity.
My gratitude to you for bringing together so many ministers, so many captains of industry, so many different thoughts, and the variety of subjects that you have chosen for this partnership for building a new world, and with a focus on growth, competitiveness, sustainability, and technology. I think you have encapsulated what the world is looking for.
CII had the privilege of meeting visiting heads of government from several countries, opening opportunities for Indian industry. In line with the government's proactive trade negotiations, CII submitted well-thought inputs for FTAs with several countries. Large format events were held during the year, attracting thousands of delegates from across the world to develop closer business engagement with India. CII in-person business missions travelled to several countries during the year, meeting government and industry leaders and deepening Indian industry's external linkages. CII's pioneering partnership with Japan was recognized with the prestigious Japanese Foreign Minister's commendation. Global engagement was catalyzed through business events held virtually as well as physically. Exhibitions and conferences were also held through the CII Hive platform in this year to support business development and showcase Indian products to a global audience. CII's competitiveness agenda was driven by its 10 centers of excellence working on enhancing business productivity, building sustainability, and adopting new technologies. Taking forward its engagement on climate change, CII worked with sustainability leaders to expand industry initiatives. CII also participated in the COP26 process in Glasgow. The green building initiatives crossed new milestones in the year, and water management remained an imperative, helping the country march towards sustainability. During the year, CII services, awards and training programs across a range of competitiveness areas helped Indian industry to align to changing business realities. Startups were a key focus for CII in 2021-22, with the CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups and Startup Initiatives. CII also created the Industry Connect platform to bring together all stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. The technology aspiration was scaled up during the year, and the CII Tech Summit was hosted in partnership with Singapore, resulting in many innovative ventures. The CII Governance Series was initiated to disseminate good corporate governance practices. Special initiatives were taken for MSME competitiveness with training and advisory programs as well as policy suggestions. Under the vision and banner of India at 75, developed by CII in 2008, programs for volunteering, aspirational districts and literacy intensified this year, touching millions of people as India celebrated its 75th year. CII Foundation worked through the year on disaster relief and rehabilitation with the support of Indian industry. CII Foundation was lauded for its Clean Air initiative with the Global Development Award 2021. The program has shown the way for crop residue management in Punjab and Haryana, saving air pollution in northern India. This year, CII Skills carried forward skill development through multi-skill centres and model career centres, touching 1 million young lives across India. CII Young Indians' strong focus on youth leadership and nation building stepped up through its flagship projects and initiatives. Indian Women Network worked to widen CII's connect with the community and drive leadership qualities for nation building. Action at the grassroots was driven by CII's offices at the regions as well as in states and zones. Working closely with the state governments, they facilitated business continuity for CII members during the pandemic lockdowns. Ease of doing business, state economic policies and community outreach remained a high priority during the year. Strengthening its connect with all stakeholders, creating new opportunities for Indian industry and driving innovative initiatives in competitiveness, sustainability and technology. CII energized its dynamic vision for India at 75 and beyond. In 2021-22, CII proactively expanded its initiatives for national development and industry growth. Supporting industry resurgence, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, crafted a relevant and progressive theme for 2021-22. Building India for a new world, competitiveness, growth, sustainability, technology.
So building India for a new world is something which we're carrying forward from last year. But the other words that we've used are competitiveness, growth, sustainability and technology. Competitiveness and growth have featured extensively over the last 30 years in the various themes. For me, climate change and technology are going to be very, very important for us over the next few decades. CII has always been pioneering in its thought process, and I think it's important for us to lead the way on this.
CII in 2021-22 charted new initiatives to strengthen industry competitiveness across its pillars of intervention. CII placed strong stress on accelerating vaccination and building macroeconomic stabilizers for growth. At the CII annual meeting in August 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urged CII members to leverage the new reform policies.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भारतीय उद्योगों पर है और मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार आपके साथ है, आपके हर प्रयास के साथ है.
Through 8 task forces, CII made impactful suggestions during successive pandemic waves on policies to support business, expand oxygen production and ensure quick vaccination. CII's project Vaccine Nation covered millions of beneficiaries through vaccination camps. Its relief work continued to help distressed sections of society through healthcare interventions and medical equipment. CII's proactive policy advocacy worked towards creating a facilitative environment for economic recovery with close interaction with the government. CII's pre-budget memorandum and many publications based on in-depth analysis and research provided roadmaps to guide policymakers on specific issues and sectors. Many CII recommendations found place in policy announcements over the year.
We value your inputs, and I think it's, as always before, played a very critical role in the preparation of the budget, and I think that is fairly apparent. I would call upon industry to ensure that we don't lose this opportunity for India to reach a higher level of industrialization, manufacturing in India, and the global arena which is getting opened up.
CII's research and policy recommendations across a range of areas continue to identify best policy solutions to support industry. After many months, with the return of physical meetings, CII organized the first CII Global Economic Policy Summit, which brought together leading ministers, global economic thought leaders, and Indian industry to deliberate on India's growth process. New ideas were shared on investment, employment, global engagement, and social sectors, among many others. Across industry sectors, CII intensified its policy interventions to enable all the engines of the economy to accelerate over the year. It drove the agenda for ease of doing business and energized interventions for many sectors. CII partnered with the government for developing the vision for Industry at 100 in 2047. This covered horizontal enablers, 13 manufacturing sectors, 12 service sectors, and 5 sectors of tomorrow. In a world of change during this year, CII's external engagement continued unabated. The 27th CII Partnership Summit attracted global thought leaders and ensured new ideas and strategies for global connectivity.
My gratitude to you for bringing together so many ministers, so many captains of industry, so many different thoughts, and the variety of subjects that you have chosen for this partnership for building a new world, and with a focus on growth, competitiveness, sustainability, and technology. I think you have encapsulated what the world is looking for.
CII had the privilege of meeting visiting heads of government from several countries, opening opportunities for Indian industry. In line with the government's proactive trade negotiations, CII submitted well-thought inputs for FTAs with several countries. Large format events were held during the year, attracting thousands of delegates from across the world to develop closer business engagement with India. CII in-person business missions travelled to several countries during the year, meeting government and industry leaders and deepening Indian industry's external linkages. CII's pioneering partnership with Japan was recognized with the prestigious Japanese Foreign Minister's commendation. Global engagement was catalyzed through business events held virtually as well as physically. Exhibitions and conferences were also held through the CII Hive platform in this year to support business development and showcase Indian products to a global audience. CII's competitiveness agenda was driven by its 10 centers of excellence working on enhancing business productivity, building sustainability, and adopting new technologies. Taking forward its engagement on climate change, CII worked with sustainability leaders to expand industry initiatives. CII also participated in the COP26 process in Glasgow. The green building initiatives crossed new milestones in the year, and water management remained an imperative, helping the country march towards sustainability. During the year, CII's services, awards and training programs across a range of competitiveness areas helped Indian industry to align to changing business realities. Startups were a key focus for CII in 2021-22, with the CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups and Startup Initiatives. CII also created the Industry Connect platform to bring together all stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. The technology aspiration was scaled up during the year, and the CII Tech Summit was hosted in partnership with Singapore, resulting in many innovative ventures. The CII Governance Series was initiated to disseminate good corporate governance practices. Special initiatives were taken for MSME competitiveness with training and advisory programs as well as policy suggestions. Under the vision and banner of India at 75, developed by CII in 2008, programs for volunteering, aspirational districts and literacy intensified this year, touching millions of people as India celebrated its 75th year. CII Foundation worked through the year on disaster relief and rehabilitation with the support of Indian industry. CII Foundation was lauded for its Clean Air initiative with the Global Development Award 2021. The program has shown the way for crop residue management in Punjab and Haryana, saving air pollution in northern India. This year, CII Skills carried forward skill development through multi-skill centres and model career centres, touching 1 million young lives across India. CII Young Indians' strong focus on youth leadership and nation building stepped up through its flagship projects and initiatives. Indian Women Network worked to widen CII's connect with the community and drive leadership qualities for nation building. Action at the grassroots was driven by CII's offices at the regions as well as in states and zones. Working closely with the state governments, they facilitated business continuity for CII members during the pandemic lockdowns. Ease of doing business, state economic policies and community outreach remained a high priority during the year. Strengthening its connect with all stakeholders, creating new opportunities for Indian industry and driving innovative initiatives in competitiveness, sustainability and technology. CII energized its dynamic vision for India at 75 and beyond. In 2021-22, CII proactively expanded its initiatives for national development and industry growth. Supporting industry resurgence, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, crafted a relevant and progressive theme for 2021-22. Building India for a new world, competitiveness, growth, sustainability, technology.
So building India for a new world is something which we're carrying forward from last year. But the other words that we've used are competitiveness, growth, sustainability and technology. Competitiveness and growth have featured extensively over the last 30 years in the various themes. For me, climate change and technology are going to be very, very important for us over the next few decades. CII has always been pioneering in its thought process, and I think it's important for us to lead the way on this.
CII in 2021-22 charted new initiatives to strengthen industry competitiveness across its pillars of intervention. CII placed strong stress on accelerating vaccination and building macroeconomic stabilizers for growth. At the CII annual meeting in August 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urged CII members to leverage the new reform policies.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भारतीय उद्योगों पर है और मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार आपके साथ है, आपके हर प्रयास के साथ।
Through 8 task forces, CII made impactful suggestions during successive pandemic waves on policies to support business, expand oxygen production and ensure quick vaccination. CII's project Vaccine Nation covered millions of beneficiaries through vaccination camps. Its relief work continued to help distressed sections of society through healthcare interventions and medical equipment. CII's proactive policy advocacy worked towards creating a facilitative environment for economic recovery with close interaction with the government, CII's pre-budget memorandum and many publications based on in-depth analysis and research provided roadmaps to guide policymakers on specific issues and sectors. Many CII recommendations found place in policy announcements over the year.
We value your inputs, and I think it's, as always before, played a very critical role in the preparation of the budget, and I think that is fairly apparent. I would call upon industry to ensure that we don't lose this opportunity for India to reach a higher level of industrialization, manufacturing in India, and the global arena which is getting opened up.
CII's research and policy recommendations across a range of areas continue to identify best policy solutions to support industry. After many months, with the return of physical meetings, CII organized the first CII Global Economic Policy Summit, which brought together leading ministers, global economic thought leaders, and Indian industry to deliberate on India's growth process. New ideas were shared on investment, employment, global engagement, and social sectors, among many others. Across industry sectors, CII intensified its policy interventions to enable all the engines of the economy to accelerate over the year. It drove the agenda for ease of doing business and energized interventions for many sectors. CII partnered with the government for developing the vision for Industry at 100 in 2047. This covered horizontal enablers, 13 manufacturing sectors, 12 service sectors, and 5 sectors of tomorrow. In a world of change during this year, CII's external engagement continued unabated. The 27th CII Partnership Summit attracted global thought leaders and ensured new ideas and strategies for global connectivity.
My gratitude to you for bringing together so many ministers, so many captains of industry, so many different thoughts, and the variety of subjects that you have chosen for this partnership for building a new world, and with a focus on growth, competitiveness, sustainability, and technology. I think you have encapsulated what the world is looking for.
CII had the privilege of meeting visiting heads of government from several countries, opening opportunities for Indian industry. In line with the government's proactive trade negotiations, CII submitted well-thought inputs for FTAs with several countries. Large format events were held during the year, attracting thousands of delegates from across the world to develop closer business engagement with India. CII in-person business missions traveled to several countries during the year, meeting government and industry leaders and deepening Indian industry's external linkages. CII's pioneering partnership with Japan was recognized with the prestigious Japanese Foreign Minister's commendation. Global engagement was catalyzed through business events held virtually as well as physically. Exhibitions and conferences were also held through the CII Hive platform in this year to support business development and showcase Indian products to a global audience. CII's competitiveness agenda was driven by its 10 centers of excellence working on enhancing business productivity, building sustainability, and adopting new technologies. Taking forward its engagement on climate change, CII worked with sustainability leaders to expand industry initiatives. CII also participated in the COP26 process in Glasgow. The green building initiatives crossed new milestones in the year, and water management remained an imperative, helping the country march towards sustainability. During the year, CII services, awards and training programs across a range of competitiveness areas helped Indian industry to align to changing business realities. Startups were a key focus for CII in 2021-22, with the CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups and Startup Initiatives. CII also created the Industry Connect platform to bring together all stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. The technology aspiration was scaled up during the year, and the CII Tech Summit was hosted in partnership with Singapore, resulting in many innovative ventures. The CII Governance Series was initiated to disseminate good corporate governance practices. Special initiatives were taken for MSME competitiveness with training and advisory programs as well as policy suggestions. Under the vision and banner of India at 75, developed by CII in 2008, programs for volunteering, aspirational districts and literacy intensified this year, touching millions of people as India celebrated its 75th year. CII Foundation worked through the year on disaster relief and rehabilitation with the support of Indian industry. CII Foundation was lauded for its Clean Air initiative with the Global Development Award 2021. The program has shown the way for crop residue management in Punjab and Haryana, saving air pollution in northern India. This year, CII Skills carried forward skill development through multi-skill centres and model career centres, touching 1 million young lives across India. CII Young Indians' strong focus on youth leadership and nation building stepped up through its flagship projects and initiatives. Indian Women Network worked to widen CII's connect with the community and drive leadership qualities for nation building. Action at the grassroots was driven by CII's offices at the regions as well as in states and zones. Working closely with the state governments, they facilitated business continuity for CII members during the pandemic lockdowns. Ease of doing business, state economic policies and community outreach remained a high priority during the year. Strengthening its connect with all stakeholders, creating new opportunities for Indian industry and driving innovative initiatives in competitiveness, sustainability and technology. CII energized its dynamic vision for India at 75 and beyond.
And the countdown to the next session has begun. Requesting you all to kindly settle down. We are ready to commence with the next session. Requesting the distinguished panelists for the session to kindly join in. An axiom today was once only an imagination. Sailing now through the future trends and opportunities to strengthen the food processing sector. The illustrious panel gracing the days shall be moderated by Mr. Varun Deshpande, the President Asia, the Good Food Institute, India. The eminent panelists are Mr. Abhishek Sinha, co-founder and CEO, Good Enterprises Private Limited, Mr. Prasoon Gupta, co-founder and director, Satwiko, Ray's Culinary Delights Private Limited, Dr. Sunil Parekh, Professor, Horticulture PhD, Director IQAC, Head of Department of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at NIFTEM. Ms. Isha Kakkar, Group Leader, Corporate Key Accounts, IFF India, and Ms. Ruchi Gandhi, the Lead, Dairy Category at Tetra Pak, India. So, with these words, may I please hand over to you, Mr. Varun Deshpande. Kindly take forth the proceedings for the session. We shall be joined by the CEO FSSAI any moment from now. Requesting you to kindly take a note of that. In case you see anything, we will signal you. Can you just acknowledge his presence amongst us? He'll be there all the days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hope everyone can hear me well. I know this is the post-lunch session, so we want to make sure that everyone is comfortable and excited for this next panel of discussion, which is going to be really informative. We're talking about innovations, key future trends and opportunities in the food processing sector, and enablers to facilitate their expansion and growth. And I'm very glad to be here with a panel of people, many of whom we've already collaborated with in the past through my work, and deeply excited to be here with you as well. So my name is Varun Deshpande. I serve as President for Asia at the Good Food Institute. We're an international network of non-profit organizations that focuses on a very exciting, innovative area of food called alternative proteins or smart proteins. But first, I'm going to take a step back before speaking about alternative proteins to think through some of the dynamics that exist today in food innovation and why they're so important to the future of our nation and of our planet. So I think all of us come together in settings like this and in our professional lives to try and solve key issues on this planet, key issues of food security, food safety, of consumer choice, and of making sure that we're getting the best possible food on every plate. At the Good Food Institute, our work is motivated by the key question: how do we feed nearly 10 billion people by the year 2050 through systems which do not continue to cause climate change, public health crises, food insecurity, etc. And that is a key question that drives all of our work here today, of course, right? So for us, it's important to remember that each of those issues I mentioned disproportionately impact countries like India. So we know that we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to nutrition security, and very many of the people in this room and very many of the discussions here today have focused on that aspect, making sure that we get not just calories and macronutrients on people's plates, but also micronutrients that can help us drive nutritional status, that can help us address debilitating challenges like undernutrition for our population, which currently rob our population's ability to shape their own destiny. We also know that food safety is a critical challenge for us globally. Low and middle income countries like India account for about 41% of the world's population, but about 75% of our foodborne illness-related deaths. And we have a fantastic ecosystem in place for food safety, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to grow in that direction as well. And then finally, I think the biggest looming issue that we have on this planet is sustainability. It is climate change. I think we all know this. We can't continue with business as usual. The issues that we face in terms of land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss, species loss, ocean dead zones, ocean acidification, all of the problems we all care about today mean that we have to think in terms of not incremental change, but paradigm shifts. Now, these paradigm shifts come in different forms, obviously, and I'm going to be very brief about them because I want to hand over to our wonderful panelists to speak more about their work in these areas. But speaking very briefly about some of the things that we're seeing in paradigm shifts, we know that the integration of technology across the entire agricultural value chain is a very key dimension that is taking place as we know it today. If you look at reports that are coming out on how much investment is going into agri-tech, you'll see that it's gone into the hundreds of millions and billions of dollars every year, whereas agri-tech as a term did not exist 10 years ago, right? This is the intersection of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, computer vision, satellite imaging, all of these things to analyze how we can get much better and more efficient, as well as more nutritious and more rewarding in our agricultural supply chain. We're also seeing, obviously, on the other end of the value chain, the other end of the spectrum, we're seeing really innovative brands emerge and get out to consumers through different channels. Some of those channels are food service, retail. Some of them are next generation aggregators, which might even be considered an old story now that some of them have gone public on the stock market, right? And then finally, there are really exciting new areas of innovation like alternative proteins. So we're going to speak here on the panel today about new categories like plant-based meat or cultivated meat made from animal cells, which are orders of magnitude better in terms of their land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, etc. Each of these areas has huge opportunity to drive us towards a better world, towards a better food system, and nowhere is that clearer than in some of the areas we've been talking about today. The intersection of all of these trends in, for example, the millet value chain is a really exciting thing that has the potential to supercharge our entire food system. So taking that millet value chain as an example, for us at the Good Food Institute, focusing on categories like plant-based meat or plant-based milk, we see globally that the ingredients for these foods are overwhelmingly dominated by commodity crops like soy and yellow pea. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but there is some opportunity to diversify, right? There's an opportunity to integrate our fantastic agricultural biodiversity in countries like India into those innovative crop applications, those end product applications. But if we have to do that, we have to invest in scientific development because, and this has been raised in earlier panels today, we don't necessarily understand how to turn a ragi or a pearl millet, finger millet, sorghum into these end product applications, right? We don't necessarily have the value chains in place or the infrastructure in place to turn them into end product applications that are next generation like this. And then finally, of course, we have to do the work of getting it out to consumers and educating consumers. So this is a huge lift. It demands all of our collective ingenuity, all of the efforts of the CII ecosystem and everyone in this room. And we're really glad to partner on any of these things with anyone here today. But now I'm going to pause and I'm going to hand over to some of our wonderful panelists here today. Let me call upon first Dr. Sunil Parikh, who is a professor of horticulture, the director of IQAC and the head of Department of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at NIFTIM, which is an institute we collaborate with all the time. Let me call you, Dr. Parikh, to speak for about 4 to 5 minutes about the excellent work that you do at NIFTIM.
Thank you, Varun. So as we discussed here for the futuristic technologies, and since the morning you might have heard some of the technologies that are the futuristic. But in the futuristic technologies, if you see, these all are around the, again, the IT sector only. And this IT sector is entered into the every manufacturing sector or the service sector also. So this food industry has also essentially to integrate all these IT technologies like your big data analysis or the machine learning, artificial intelligence, cloud computing or the smart sensors technologies, then the industrial IoTs, blockchain technologies or the cyber security systems also. So our future of the food processing industries are completely lies with the big data and the analytics, without which any industry cannot be survived now in the future. Now we have the, initially we have only the arms of the robots, but now the autonomous robotics are also there. And even in the yesterday night, one of the TV channel, there was the news that in the Chicago State University, Illinois, they have completely shifted their food delivering system on by the robotics only. So now we are slightly shifting towards that. Then the simulation technologies are the other things that can integrate all these technologies and then physical world converted into the virtual world, and they give you some answers. Again, there is the IoTs, clouds or the augmented reality, additive manufacturing, and then cyber security is again very important for the big industries and particularly for the food safety as well as for your supply chain management. Recently we have seen that in the AIMS also there were the cyber attack on their system. So now we have to be very cautious about our industries also. So in short, we can say that future of food has already arrived, and we see that robots are cooking meals. In our country also, in the Jodhpur, there was the one restaurant which is completely cooking their foods by the robots only. Then drones delivering the meals. Now Zomato and some other companies are utilizing these technologies for delivering the meals. And recently we have seen that in the Assam floods, where in the floods we dropped the food by the helicopter and most of the food were wasted. But now recently we use these drones by the precision of the 20 meters only, and they delivered all these foods to the victims. Then the chicks and the eggs made from the plants or the meatless burgers, that is the plant food material, or you can see the dairy ice creams without the cow milk or the beanless coffees. And now we are offering the diet plans based on the DNAs. Not this is the general diet plan that for that particular disease you follow that type of the plan, but now we have the DNA based diet plans also. This carton I was taken from 2019 in the newspaper, where the KFC person is saying that I am sorry, we are downsizing the department to the chicks. Why? Because there is the vegan chickens also, fake chickens also, plant based materials also, and then there is no slaughtering of the animals. So this is the era of the, you can say this is the startups. But when we analyze the 5,065 startups, and this is the report came out in the 2022 only by the IFT Chicago, and they identified some of the areas where the startups are investing their monies, and majorly 26% of the startups are doing the alternative proteins. So this is the one sector which is the lucrative one. Then 15% in the business of the nutraceuticals, 14% in e-commerce, 13% in the food safety and the transparency system, 8% are in the restaurant digitization, which is also coming up a very big sector. And then this personalized nutrition or the DNA-based nutrition. This is also one of the sector which has the future in our the system, and the 3D food printing, food waste reductions, or the robotics or the digital food management, these all having in between the 2 to 3 or the 4%. So on the global startup heat maps, if you see on the food technology sector, then there are the majorly 5 heat maps, and our country is one of the major heat map for the global startups. So all the strategy is behind the low sugar, low salt and the low fat content, And so all these alternatives we are looking for. But when we are looking these alternatives, then again there are some serious problems are arises. Like with the stevia, we used as an alternative, but now there is the various side effects of the stevia is also coming out. So we have to be very cautious about that. This one famous example is with the, your Bikaneri papad and bhujia. Why the peculiar taste is from the Bikaner only? That is due to that they are not utilizing the common salt, but they are used the saji or the khar. This is Suida fruticosa, one plant, and they extract the salt from that plant only, and then they utilized in their papad and the khar. So this type of the technologies are there. Sonic enhanced food sonication we are utilizing for serving the foods. Even if you are serving the fish and there is the sonication technology on your plate, then you feel that I am in the sea and I am just consuming the fish with the sound of the fish, with the sound of the sea also. So this type of the technologies are also available. I have already discussed this DNA based diets and how the metabolomics, genomics, everything is involved in this. And on the basis of that, if someone is addict with the alcohol or someone is addict with the nicotinamide, and you are offering the prescribe the particular diet, then it should be the DNA based diet. Then the very big answer is with the edible water bottles. So this plastic, we know that it is now banned. Then what is the answer? Answer is with the edible water bottles, and one of the company is prepared this from the waste material, and just you swallow these and then you consume that. So now they are working that how the cost will be breakdown. So all these are the disruptive technology. Probiotics, there is no need to discuss. Then the 3D food printing is the another technology, and now there are the various innovations in the 3D food printing also. So we will discuss this during our panel discussions. Then the nano foods, and by the nano foods you can increase the bioavailability and bioaccessibility of the particular material. For example, in the nano green teas, we are consuming these green teas for consuming the polyphenols. But if you analyze that the green tea is made from the nanotechnology or green tea is made from the simple technology, then there are the 10 to 12 times higher polyphenols are available in the nano green teas. So all these are the technologies which are available in the market, and now the future lies with all these technologies. And if we integrate all these technologies along with the smart manufacturing and smart distribution of the, our food material, only then we will survive in the future. So with these words, I stop here. Time is not allowing for all these technologies to discuss in the detail, but later on we will discuss here in the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parikh, and you're exactly right. I mean, there's an entire landscape of potential innovations out there, and we could definitely talk about it all day. I'd love to invite now Ruchi. Ruchi Gandhi is the category lead for dairy for Tetra Pak South Asia, which we know has a huge influence over the packaging landscape, and she's going to speak about innovation and future trends in packaging.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we all had a good lunch, and we are back with energies. Thank you for making me here. I represent Tetra Pak India. We are a global firm leading into packaging and processing, working across different categories, and yes, working across the leading food and beverage brands. This topic is very relevant for all of us here, and it's been there all the time, because just a basic that we as in country, packaged food is still very low in penetration. So categories like cheese, curd just have 4 to 5% penetration in India. So yes, there is business opportunity, there is more to grow, but what's become important is to grow sharper and faster now, because the trends are changing a lot. And that means huge impetus for all of us to be more smarter, to be more dynamic in what we do and how we do. I'll talk about 3 points right now for the introduction. I know a lot has already been said and communicated, but 3 points which I could add value to. First, as Aditya said earlier and Mr. Shiva also pointed, it has to be folk to farm now. So it has to be consumer who has to be at the center of any product innovations you do or any new developments we work on. And that's where consumer analytics becomes very, very important. consumer is changing his, her mind, his, her preferences, and ready to try a lot. Now, to do that, we need to know and analyze our consumer much faster. How, I'll keep going back to my experience as an organization because that's some live examples I have. How I see packaging could help there is by maybe using QR code, dynamic codes, or anything which help you understand and take feedback from the consumer faster. So consumer analytics would be the core of what we see now and in future. Traceability is a part of it. It would not just be consumer, it would be till end, from manufacturing to any distributor setup till end consumer. Traceability is something which would be imperative and indispensable as we move forward. We have seen this trends already happening in China and other parts, but it is going to be in India very soon and in the real world of execution, not just traceability at a broad level, but it would be something that brands would have to mandatorily adopt it on their packaging and in their manufacturing processes. The second part, which actually comes from consumer, is product development. I heard a lot about taxation, GST should not be increased, need to stabilize the products at, as was said by Nestle team and even Aditya. I think that's very important because while there is a changing trends of consumers, we as an industry need to come together, be it the research institutions, be it the private brands, to give the consumers a very stable and nutritious product. And that too in a faster pace. So while yes, we have all worked in times where a product development used to take 2 to 3 years, now it has to be much faster, but with more credibility and reliability. And that's where the industries need to come together. As a supplier partner, we do a lot of product developments. We have worked on millet-based products. We have worked on a lot of plant-based, and dairy has always been our core. So that would become more important and need to pace up the pace of it. The third one is about efficiencies. We need to include a higher efficient element in especially the food processing. Now, just to give you an example, as we've been talking, wastage is a key challenge, be it in production, be it in end collection also. So because we are also a leading processing supplier, we have upgraded our technologies in processing to save wastage, not just of the production, but we are also working a lot on water savings, energy savings, because all that adds to the value chain of a product and actually is passed on to a consumer. So we have technologies like one-step technology, juices in blending technology, where while we increase the production, a lot of focus has come on reducing water wastage, removing CIPs or making it more cost efficient, and energy wastage. In fact, somebody picked a question on sustainability earlier. Sustainability is a very broad term. When we talk about sustainability, we have to be very sharp. Is it via packaging? Is it via processes we use? Or is it eventually a net zero emission we are looking at? And I'll just wrap it with that something all of us as an organization will move towards is to have a target of net zero in the greenhouse gases emissions we do either through packaging or through processing. That would be very pertinent and an important future trend. It would come either by regulation or by consumers, I'm sure by regulation as well. Most of the organizations have a net zero target in terms of processing they are doing and the total emissions. At Tetra Pak, we have a target of going net zero in our greenhouse gases emissions within the operations we do by 2030 and through the entire value chain by 2050. I know that seems long, but I think that's a very realistic, and I'm sure all the organizations also work on that, because this would be a very important part where sustainability is also the purpose of business and not just a word we use along, but it is a part of the business as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruchi. So taking it 3-to-1, totally agreed on true cost accounting across the entire supply chain, which is non-negotiable. It'll either come by regulation or by consumer demand, making sure that iterative product development is happening very fast. And then, of course, I love the fork to farm. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think speaking of consumers, I'd love to invite Mr. Prasoon Gupta now to say a few words about his work. He's the co-founder and director of Satviko, which is a fantastic consumer brand, and really looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you. Thank you, Varun. So I'm really glad to be a part of this panel, Varun, and I think I was super fascinated by the presentation which Sir had just shown. And in fact, a lot of these innovations we don't see in the real lives today, but hopefully a lot of these innovations come to the generation that follow us, and they kind of start using it as a part of their lives. So at Satviko, our brand name is called Satviko. We started a few years back trying to create something called food yoga. So I'm a certified yoga trainer, plus I am an engineer from IIT, and we love technology, plus I started loving technology and health a few years back. My story goes back, I started a company just out of campus at IIT, sold it off in 2013, and suffered all the major issues with my health. I was almost on the verge of depression. I went to the doctor with all these issues, and doctor gave me a pill. So interestingly, this is just a very small pill that doctor said, most of the young generation in India would be taking today, and globally also, a lot of people will be taking that. People don't really talk about it because it's just a pill, you just have it with your breakfast in the morning, and you think that you are a better person now. So I came with that pill to my home, and I talked to my wife that this is I'm going to take, and hopefully this will help me to cure myself. So after that, when I came home, my wife said that, have you looked at an alternate? Have you ever thought that there could be an alternate to what you're just trying to see as a solution? And I think that prompted me to think about food in a more, in more depth. And I read somewhere that the pharmacies in India in the ancient times used to be the kitchens, and the Ayurveda doctors were the chefs. So if the Ayurveda doctor could not prepare a medicine that was delicious, that medicine would not be taken by the patient. So I was kind of fascinated by this initial thought, and I thought that maybe, there is something, there is more to it. So we went really deep into that. In the last 5-6 years, we have gone very, very deep into this entire philosophy of food yoga. On one side today, I run a food business, which is basically integrating the entire supply chain, which uses a lot of raw materials from the birthplace of yoga, which is India. We go throughout the country, try to pick up raw materials like millets, makhana, and a lot of other stuff that has been mentioned in our text, in our yogic text. And we kind of look at the properties of these raw materials and then try to combine them with the health goals of people. So for example, I was a very young guy at the age of 31, 32, who was actually on the verge of depression. Now, how do I use food in a way to help me get over some of these symptoms, right? So I think we went really deep into that. The other thing we really did was that only food will not really work, because if you look at the entire concept of food, so food delivers you prana. So there is a concept in yoga called prana, and you get about 50-60% of your prana from food, but the rest 30-40% you get from other activities, like you do breathing, you do many other things where you get prana from. So how do you really take care of a person's lifestyle using food and yoga? So we did a lot of research into food, created an entire range of snacking, instant meals and whatnot. India is a very diverse country in terms of raw materials, and started selling them in India. And of course, we got an opportunity to start also selling some of these products in the US and other markets. The success came from the US market. So the second learning in my entire journey, the first was that there is a deep science of food, which is there in our text. I mean, if you read Bhagavad Gita also, there is a concept called mitahar, which is very, very deep concept, and Lord Krishna has talked about it in multiple shlokas in the entire Bhagavad Gita. And then there is something called, how do you market it? So when we actually got a chance to, go to the US to market our products, we realized that not just India is a great market opportunity, but why don't we create India as a global food processing hub? I mean, India needs that, pivot from being a self-centered, we are a very large domestic market, to actually thinking in a way that is global, the market for us. And I can tell you, the kind of diversity we have in India in terms of food, the kind of depth we have in India. I mean, in our Indian kitchens, the mom, look at the kind of food that she does. One of our distributors recently came from the US. He's an American, a pure meat eater. And for the 6 days that he was in India, we fed him the vegetarian food at all the local outlets in the city where we are in, Udaipur. And he said, Prasoon, if you have so much diversity in the vegan and vegetarian food, why do you want to even eat meat? So my question to him would be, was that then as a company, you know, together we should try to take these products to the customers in the US. And now if you go to the US, most of the Indian brands would be targeting the Indian customers in the US. But we really went mainstream, and we are now planning to start, very soon we are starting to work with some of the largest retailers. And I can tell you, the kind of opportunity that these retailers are looking at from the brands from India and many other parts of the world, and specifically India because of the depth and the diversity, it's immense. So my 2 cents would be that as a country, we have this ancient knowledge, and of course, we have this capability in terms of the entrepreneurship desire, the startup spark and everything, the technologies that we can combine with. Can we take the Indian food processing to the customers across the globe in the mainstream is, I think, what I would like to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prasoon. Definitely agree. Make in India, make for the world, and the intersection of ancestral wisdom, health, and food is really important as we look at the key opportunities for the future. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Gopalakrishnan, CEO FSSAI, who's arrived. As we all know, the Eat Right campaign, which was started by FSSAI, intersects with many of the things and pioneers many of the things we're talking about, including things like salt, sugar, fat reduction, as well as sustainability, etc. It's a really unique stance that the regulator has taken among many regulators globally, a leading role that they're playing. So thank you so much for the work that you do, sir, and for joining us. Now, speaking more about building a consumer brand that fulfills an ethical need, as well as a need that's demanded by the consumer, I'd love to call upon Abhishek Sinha of Good Dot to tell us a few words about himself, adding a tiny bit of context here. In the space in which we work, alternative proteins, plant-based meats, etc., there are now about 50 plus companies offering 300 plus SKUs in India across plant-based meat, eggs, and beverages, dairy replacements, etc. But it all really started with Good Dot. I'd love to hand over to Abhishek to tell us more about it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Varun. Thank you, CII, for giving us this opportunity. So my name is Abhishek Sinha. I represent Good Dot. Before we start, I can just say that the soul of Good Dot, our organization, belongs to animals. We believe that there is a compassionate way to enjoy your protein, and that is what drives us philosophically at Good Dot. Now, coming to the business part of it, so past couple of decades, there was a saying that data is the new oil, and that was proven correct. Now we can see such big tech companies, enjoying so much of wealth, and now the new wealth which is going to be created in the next couple of decades will be from plant-based alternatives. The plant-based meat, ladies and gentlemen, or rather the animal meat, the annual industry revenue is just $1.3 trillion. So that big a space which is inefficient, which cannot scale up. In fact, I was having a conversation with one big meat startup in India, and he had a challenge of scaling up. See, animals are not machines. That's a very inefficient way to consume your protein, and that has been proven across the globe. So therein comes the opportunity of plant-based meat. So the history of plant-based meat was around 2000 years back when the Chinese royalty converted to Buddhism. They wanted to enjoy the taste of meat without actually killing animals, because ahimsa was one of the strong pillars of Buddhism. So since 2000 years, nothing much happened. Of course, plant-based meat was popular in China, Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, but it did not really come to the scale which is coming, or at least it's seeming to come right now. So it was Beyond Meat, which became a decacorn. Now it's a unicorn, of course. So they really stepped up the ladder. So why do people think it is a very big opportunity? As long as products are two things, we believe two pillars. If the taste does not match meat, disruption does not take place. If the price is at a premium, disruption does not take place. So what happened, what Beyond Meat and the likes of Impossible Foods and some of the leading American companies did, was that they really matched the taste of meat. And once they did, there was a big disruption. But now, from what we hear and what we see, they are finding challenges of pricing. How many people here who are eating meat will pay a premium, say 2 times, for plant-based meat every time when you consume meat? Hardly any. You might try once or twice, but you won't stick to it. So this is where we are coming, and this is where India will come. So the third stage of this disruption will happen from India. And we are working on it. We have, company like us and the other companies, we have cracked the price point, and some new products will be launched which will be significantly lower than meat. And of course, those will be shelf stable also, because the frozen logistics across the globe, including India, is broken. So you need to have products which are shelf stable at ambient without any preservatives. So we have managed to do that. So this is where, we are so happy. So Prasoon from Satviko, in fact, we both, our establishment is based out of Udaipur. So this is where Bharat is rising. It's not just the metros, the Delhi, Bombay, Bangalores. The small towns have the vision, they have the tenacity, and they have the dream, and it's coming through. So we're quite excited about our journey and happy to share any questions you may have down the line. Thank you so much.
And of course, they also have a stand at the back there with the Good Dot products, so you can take a look at that. But totally agreed with Abhishek. If we have to expand the set of choices for consumers, which is what it's all about, we have to get to a point where these foods taste the same or better and cost the same or less and are available everywhere. So speaking of that level of scale, I'd love to invite Isha Kakkar from IFF. She's a sales leader, corporate key accounts, and we've also worked together in the past on many of the things that we're talking about. So Isha, please tell us a few words about your work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Varun, thanks. You've given me a very tough act to follow, but I'll try my best. So before I talk about future trends, which is the topic of today's conversation, I'd like to talk about what does the future look for us. So many of you may have read a recent report by Morgan Stanley, which says that India will become the third largest economy in the world by the year 2027. It also said that this is going to be India's decade, and our GDP is going to triple in this next decade, right? So what does this mean for us? There are two important things that this means for the food processing sector. Number one, more and more people from the household are going to be out in the workplace, they'll be working, and hence the dependence on processed foods, foods that offer convenience and nutrition at the same time, will start increasing in a market like India. So far, we did not have that much dependence on processed food, but as more and more people in the household get into the workforce, we will see that dependence going up, right? The second important thing that's going to happen is that the purchasing power of the general consumer is going to increase. When the purchasing power goes up, the amount of money that a household can spend on food products, on groceries goes up. They can innovate, they can look at options which are a little more premium, like high protein products, like millet-based products at the moment. And they can try and go beyond the current very carbohydrate-rich diets that we have. So this sets out a very bright future for the food processing industry to begin with, right? Now, in this whole context, what are the key trends that we see coming up? There are three key trends that we see. Number one, there has been a paradigm shift in the consumer behavior in terms of food preferences in the last few years, particularly post-COVID. The consumer has become very aware of what's going into their food products. They're checking every label. They're very concerned about the ingredients going into what they are eating. They want a very holistic approach towards food, which means they want health from their food, yes, but the food has to taste amazing. It has to offer indulgence as well. They want a convenient format, but at the same time, they want something different. They don't want to keep on having the old age formats again and again. So now we have a new consumer who really wants it all. So that's number one. How do we start taking consumer feedback and sort of going into a more personalized nutrition space with the food that we offer to the Indian market? The second important trend, we've heard it since the morning on every panel, is on plant-based food, right? We all know, again, I'm repeating that the Indian diet is very rich in carbohydrates, but many consumers feel that protein is seriously missing in our diet. 1 in 4 Indian consumers feels that they need to increase the amount of protein that they take in their diet, and 1 in 5 consumers feels that that source of protein should be through plant-based protein. We heard a lot from my fellow panelists on why we should be looking at plant-based options, but that will open up many more possibilities for India as a market as well. And the third important thing, which again we heard in some panels earlier as well, is about fortified foods. What consumers are also looking for as they turn towards convenient food, processed foods, is that how can I get that micronutrient or that macronutrients like protein from a processed food product? How can a processed food product replace the health and nutrition that I'm getting from freshly prepared food at home? So the third important thing is that matching the ingredients with the goodness of home-cooked food, and how do we link it to the health of the consumer? How do we help them tackle diseases like diabetes and obesity through the processed food that we offer? So these are the three large buckets where we see the coming up trends and the new food products that we will see being launched into the market. However, as I close, I also want to highlight two important undercurrents or challenges that the industry is facing, which will be a very key thing in driving the launches that we see. Number one are the global supply chain challenges. Supply chain has created huge challenges in the entire industry this year. Luckily we feel that the challenges are becoming better, but this is something that has, I think, plagued every single company in the industry this year. The second important thing is costs. We heard again from Abhishek about how important it is to manage costs and pricing for the Indian consumer. So we at IFF, what we are trying to do is work closely with all the brands that are present here and many more of them, and help them design products that are extremely tasty, that have functional ingredients that will deliver on the promise of health that the consumer is looking for. And the third important thing is overcome challenges of costs and supply chain risks so that their recipes can be altered in a way that the taste and the health part of it doesn't change, but they are overcoming the challenges of cost and supply chain through that delivery. So that's where I would like to leave you, and happy to answer more questions as well.
So thank you so much to all our panelists. So we're actually wrapping up here this panel by 3:15 to hand over to the other speakers and for a very exciting launch from CII. Let me just end by saying every month between the year 2011 and 2030, 1 million Indians are turning 18 years old. Now that is our demographic dividend, but it's also an immense sense of responsibility that we all share. Right? As we've all been saying, and as we've heard throughout the course of the day, if we have to feed, nourish all of these people, 1/6 of the world's population will still be in India by 2050. So if we have to nourish all of these people and take our place at the forefront of the global food system, we have a lot of work to do. So I'm extremely grateful to all the innovative work that's being done by the panelists here as well as everyone in this room, because the challenges that we have ahead of us are quite considerable. We have to think about supply chain integration, agricultural integration, talent development. We've heard about fellowships at NIFTIM and other places to develop the next generation of food leaders. We have to think about regulatory agility while balancing rigor and evidence-based regulation. We have to think about trade. We have to think about investment, not just in the form of fun venture capital investments, but fundamental infrastructure and supply chain. And all of these things are really, really difficult, but they lead us to a place where we have a more secure, sustainable, and just food system. So once again, very grateful to everyone in this room, to the CII ecosystem, and looking forward to collaborating on these key future opportunities of innovation in the food sector. Thank you so much.
In the words of Thomas Edison, there is a way of doing it better. Just find it. Thank you very much to the applauded panel for adding with their invaluable insights to this sailing journey of future trends and opportunities. Allow us a few more minutes requesting Mr. Varun Deshpande to please felicitate the Celebrus panel. Maybe we can begin with the extreme left to make it more... Okay, as per your wish. I leave it to your wish. Felicitations to Ms. Ruchi Gandhi, Ms. Isha Kakkar, Dr. Sunil Parekh, Mr. Abhishek Sinha, and Mr. Prasoon Gupta. Thank you very much, and requesting Madam Jane Karkada to please felicitate Mr. Varun Deshpande for moderating such a well-articulate session of deliberations. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed our proud privilege to have amidst us Mr. S. Gopalakrishnan, the Chief Executive Officer, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. Allow us a few minutes to get the dais decked up to welcome you. As says Robert Frost, the woods are lovely, dark and deep, yet we have promises to keep, and miles to go before we sleep, and miles to go before we sleep. Continuing in this journey of making stronger the food processing ecosystem, we finally arrive towards the concluding session of the Food Processing Conclave 2022. The session shall not only be graced by Mr. Gopalakrishnan, and not only will he be sharing his pearls of wisdom, we also look forward to two of the releases of some of the pertinent documents and manuals. I think we are all ready. So ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause as we now request you, sir, to please grace the dais Mr. Gopalakrishnan, the Chief Executive Officer, FSSAI, requesting you, sir, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Chairman, CII National Committee on Food Processing Industries, Chairman and MD, Nestle India Limited, and Ms. Jane Karkada, the Senior Director, CII FACE, to please grace this session. With these words, may I please request you, sir, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, to kindly propose the welcome remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Gopalakrishnan and Jane on the dais. It is my proud privilege to welcome on behalf of the CII Food Processing Committee and all of us here gathered, the CEO of the FSSAI, for an important event that we have today. As was said earlier, post the pandemic, consumer awareness around food safety has increased substantially. Consumers are not only more aware of the quality of food, but also mindful of the ingredients such as sodium, sugar, saturated fats, etc. It is pertinent to note that India's nutrition challenge spans several fronts. On the one hand, a large portion of the lower income classes is undernourished. On the other hand, the more well-off income classes are seeing an increased rate of lifestyle diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and coronary heart disease. Since inception, the FSSAI has been working to create regulatory environment different from other countries, yet fit for the nuances of India, as compromised quality, growing adulteration trend, and instances of product integrity issues pose serious challenges to food safety. The CII Food and Agriculture Center of Excellence has been working closely with FSSAI, and I want to take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to FSSAI for their constant guidance and support towards the sector's growth. FSSAI has embarked on a large-scale effort to transform the country's food system in order to ensure safe, healthy, and sustainable food for all Indians through the Eat Right movement, Eat Right India movement. The movement Eat Right India builds on the collective action of all stakeholders, the government, food businesses, civil society organizations, experts and professionals, development agencies, and of course, citizens at large. Industry has also responded to this movement by launching healthier product options such as zero sugar product versions, amla-based drinks, lower salt content through use of micronized salt, products with positive nutrients such as high dietary fibers, etc. Towards enabling MSMEs for formulating healthier food product options for consumers. And as we discussed this morning, MSMEs is the belly of India. The CII Food and Agriculture Center of Excellence, or FACE as we call it, has designed an e-course with the support of FSSAI. The e-learning certificate course on product formulation for healthier choices will help entrepreneurs, startups, food scientists in the food industry to focus on developing healthier products and contribute towards a healthier India. I'm happy to announce that the e-learning certificate course will be launched today. While on one hand, FSSAI has engaged in changing the consumer mindsets towards healthier products, they have also launched the Safe Food, Share Food initiative to promote food donation and thereby curb food waste and food loss in the country. As we noted this morning, almost a third of food globally is wasted. The initiative aims to bring together relevant stakeholders like governments, corporates, food businesses, recovery agencies and CSOs for operating in a coordinated manner to prevent food loss and distribute the surplus food to the needy populations to mitigate malnutrition. I'm happy to announce that CII FACE will be the operational partner for the resource center which will run this initiative. The Safe Food, Share Food Resource Center will run an active helpline for food businesses to donate the surplus food. A mobile application is also under development where the food businesses and recovery agencies can connect by booking the request for surplus food pickup and delivery to the hunger spots. Today, we will see the official launch of the Safe Food, Share Food Resource Center, and I invite all the companies most sincerely present today to contribute and support the Resource Center through organizing food donation drives, voluntary employee contributions, and financial support. This would be your contribution to society. With this, I am honored to invite Mr. S. Gopalakrishnan, the Chief Executive Officer of FSSAI, to share a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Suresh Narayanan sir, Jane, the teams from CII and others who are engaged with this event. It's been a fruitful time spent talking to you about what CII FACE is doing on the food processing sector, and also the panel which had a discussion just before this. I would just like to say a few words about how I look at it. I should confess that I am new to this sector. My only relation with this sector would be that I have also been eating for a long time, but for that I don't think I'm an expert in this or whatever. But the point is, I think we have noticed a change in approach over the past few decades, and I see two different problems. One problem is the old problem, which is like feeding the people who need to be fed. Economically, there is a strata which starves, which doesn't get appropriate nutrition. So that is a problem we had. I will say that we have reasonably overcome it, but part of the problem still remains and possibly may continue into the future also. So that requires certain set of solutions like farm to fork, you reduce wastage so that things don't rot, because even now particularly in the public distribution system, there is great scope for making better out of the hard produce which the farmers bring out. So that is one particular set. Even there's a lot of scope for technology and monitoring, and things are improving. The other problem, which I would call it as the newer problem, for us it's new, probably for the West it's not new, which is in terms of that's to answer that, possibly we got out the eat right. So we definitely have a big responsibility to tell people what it is they are eating, what is going to be the impact, and how they make choices. Now this choice itself is something new to me. I mean, even in my own personal life, I'm sure a lot of us also will remember 20 years, 30 years back, choice of food was something unheard of. I mean, there is food at home, you eat, you go. You visit somebody's home, you eat, you go. There's no question of choosing what to eat. But as the generation changes and as some sort of economic well-being improves, we find that people are becoming choosy. So as a consequence, whenever I see somebody who says, particularly a kid, a 6-year, 8-year-old kid tells me, I don't want sweets, I'm amazed. We largely as a society, I don't want to use any disparaging word, but it's more like a less mindset. I don't want to call it the poverty mindset. I mean, the previous generation did not eat sweets regularly. At least I remember when I was a kid in school, sweets were reserved for either Diwali or you had to get somebody married off or something like that. But these days, sweets are available off the cuff. So people are becoming very choosy. So that's where I think, as the previous panel was also discussing, there is a lot of scope for making bad choices. Bad choices results in bad health, obesity, and all other health problems. So which is where there is a slight, I wouldn't call it conflict, but cross purposes with what the food processing or the processed food industry wants to do and what the FSSAI as a regulator wants to do. I mean, this is another question which I normally find when I speak to people. Why is this in the health ministry? So I think that is a very wonderful way of looking at it, because I mean, the agriculture ministry wants to produce more paddy or wheat. The food processing ministry wants to produce more of those processed foods, export to the world and feed everybody in India also. But I think we, particularly the institution of FSSAI, plays a different role. Our role is to particularly educate the consumer, inform the consumer so that they make informed choices. And that is why this is more interesting, because the coverage is minimal. I mean, as he just mentioned, in the food sector, we find that the organized processed foods is just the tip of the iceberg. We have a huge unorganized sector, we have a huge MSME sector which is there in the food sector, and the impact of that sector on the population at large is phenomenal. So the task ahead is not, I don't look at it more like a regulatory challenge. I mean, it's not a crime, it is not a major offense or whatever, but how do we take the message to the kirana shop, to the small vendor, maybe even a street food vendor, to sensitize him to food standards, food quality, and maybe even to reach some level of certification, etc. That is where I think all these educational initiatives will help. I think as a regulator, the FSSAI should be more concerned operating through the state network, how many more people we are able to bring into the fold. And the effectiveness, I don't think, should be measured by the enforcement or the penalties, etc. That is a wrong indicator. And the effectiveness of the regulator should also be matched by effectiveness on the health side. I mean, if obesity is growing, if hypertension is growing, which it is, the interesting part is in the health sphere, in the country like India, the states aren't at the same level. We all are aware that there are some states which are at a much advanced level where the indicators sound as if it's something that pertains to Europe or some other part of the world. And there are some states where the indicators again look like they are from some other part of the world, but maybe sub-Saharan Africa and stuff like that. So now, on the same pattern, we also find that the NFHS, which is a family health survey, recently the data brings out a very, very interesting observation. Things like high sugar, high fat, hypertension, they are strikingly high in some states, which are having very good indicators on other parameters. Unka IMR kam hai, unka MMR kam hai, lekin ye sab zyada hai. So that is also what I would call as a proxy indicator. So if those things are rising, somewhere down the line we are failing. Add to that, there's another set of problems and approaches. Honestly, I have no evidence. I don't know which will work for things like fortification. We still are a country where there is a huge prevalence of anemia. I mean, the problem is compounded by the fact that we have the knowledge, we have the money, we have the technology, we have the resources. Still, people are dying, people are starving, or people are leading a suboptimal life. So I think that is where we need to think how we take the message or how we deliver. I mean, is fortification so to tackle anemia, the idea which is now presently looked at is rice fortification. I don't know. I don't know the evidence. I don't know whether it will work, but it's a challenge. So we have to continue to deploy more and more of local solutions. I mean, most of our problems are possibly unique. I wouldn't say they are nowhere else, but definitely less in the Western world or in the Western setting. So for our problems, our diet, our resources, our cropping pattern, our farmers, their problems, etc., we have to find the right mix, and that is the challenge. And this is a challenge towards which we have to work. All of us should have to work together, be it the industry, be it the agriculture sector, or the food processing sector. That apart, as part of the Eat Right, as he just mentioned, I think this could be something which is a good template for the rest of the world also in terms of matching the supply and demand in the food wastage area. I personally feel, I don't know, the others who handle the kitchens better can say, food wastage can't be wished away. I feel as a society, you will always have a situation in a big city like Delhi or even in a much smaller place. There's always going to be some place where there is surplus. And by nature, it's perishable, it's not going to last. And there are pockets where you can match. So with technology, I'm sure this will be a very interesting portal to watch out for. And this could definitely offer a better way out. Because I remember some old technology ways where people used to sort of keep food. I remember a locker, not a locker, a place sort of a thing where people used to go and keep the food. Probably somebody 2 blocks down the line, somebody else is starving. He would have reserved it, but he doesn't know food is there. So I think that's where this Save Food will be a very interesting platform to watch out for. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who definitely would do that extra bit to ensure that that food comes to the help of somebody. So we hope that all these initiatives will help us, take us forward, and I can only assure that FSSAI would love to partner, and we realize that it's definitely in our mandate to ensure that we reach that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your sagacious address and for encouraging all the participants and the delegates with not only your gracious presence, but your pearls of wisdom. May I please request you, sir, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, to kindly present a token of our warm gesture of gratitude and regards to Mr. Gopalakrishnan for his gracious presence and encouragement to this food processing conclave. And now is the time for the release of the course on product formulation. To do the honors, may I please request Mr. Gopalakrishnan, Chief Executive Officer, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, and Madam Jain to please join in and do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, towards enabling MSMEs for formulating healthier food product options for consumers, CII FACE has designed an e-course with the support of FSSAI. The e-learning certificate course on product formulation for healthier choices will help entrepreneurs, startups, food scientists in the food industry to focus on developing healthier products and contribute towards a healthier India. Thank you very much. We also have the launch of the Save Food Share Food initiative now. And to give you a context about the initiative, while the distinguished dignitaries on the dais do the honors, this initiative aims at bringing together relevant stakeholders like governments, corporates, food businesses, recovery agencies, and CSOs for operating in a coordinated manner to prevent food loss and distribute the surplus food to the needy population to mitigate malnutrition. May we request you to kindly do the honors and mark the launch of the Save Food, Share Food initiative. We may add merry to this merry moment, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And may I now once again please request you, sir, Mr. Suresh Narayanan, to propose the concluding remarks.
Thank you and good evening once again. It's really a privilege and honor for me to stand here today and reflect on a very, very useful day that we have had. We have come to the culmination of this event. And I believe that the event was really organized and facilitated in order to orchestrate a collective movement towards 4 or 5 key areas of opportunity and tasks and responsibilities that we have as a food processing industry. The first point that came through quite clearly is the fact that the food processing industry will have and shall always have the responsibility to responsibly and in a nutritionally efficacious manner feed this country. And I think that is a primary task that we have. Usage of raw materials, usage of technologies, usage of science, usage of processes, usage of communication, channels, and what have you. The task of the food processing industry continues as an industry that's one of the most employment-intensive industries that accounts for a fairly robust contribution to the GDP and is expected to grow at double digit for the next couple of years to reach the $535 billion mark that has been orchestrated and that has been set for it. The second, today we talked about in a fair amount of detail about the opportunity of science and technology and how that can bring about the revolution, not just in the startup space, whether they are unicorns or not unicorns. And indeed, in the food space, it is rather difficult to create unicorns because you're creating physical products that has to be consumed by people. These are not bits of information that has to be seen. So to that extent, the use of science and technology is an important dimension, and which was one of the panel discussions that took place and that brought forth some of the key elements of enhancing technology and enhancing partnerships. One of the key opportunities that has been identified for the country and that has got in some sense articulated today is the opportunity on millets. And millets really significantly, next year will be the year of millets, offers a considerable opportunity to rejuvenate a food that was staple to this country just 5 decades ago, when almost a fifth of our food basket was millets. Today, over the years, thanks to the need of feeding many more mouths, rice and wheat have overtaken, and wheat and millets sadly have come down. But nevertheless, the nutrition efficacy of millet, the opportunities in millet, and yet the challenges in millet was brought forth also by the panel quite evocatively. And this, together with the commitment of the government, which was articulated by the Joint Secretary in the Agriculture Ministry, very forcefully gives us all the opportunity and the hope that we will be able to constructively use the millet opportunity and make it into an important nutritious food for Indians. The fourth area that we have talked about today is the whole area of plant-based proteins. Plant-based proteins is not new to this country. Indeed, whatever proteins we eat, and sadly India is deficient in the consumption of proteins, almost 50 to 60% of our population are deficient in proteins. And plant-based proteins also offers us a unique opportunity to use technology, to use value, and to use scale in order to accelerate the protein consumption in a country that is woefully deficient. As was earlier indicated, we are a carbohydrate-rich country, and a lot of our diet is indeed carbohydrates. But going forward, if we do not have proteins to not only feed the more than 1 billion population that is today, but indeed to take the point that Varun Deshpande rightly said, if we are going to add 1 million more Indians above the age of 18 every single day for the next couple of years, it means that the protein responsibility and its generation for all of us becomes extremely important. And finally, it was a privilege to have Mr. Gopalakrishnan here, not only sharing his thoughts on the regulatory framework and indeed on the imperatives for the country in terms of essential nutrition, in terms of making choices, and in terms of responsibilities, both as an industry and as a regulator, but also to have the release of possibly 3 important documents that we have had today. A white paper on the food processing industry till 2047, an e-brochure on the training and on the scientific basis for MSMEs to participate in generating food opportunities that are nutritious and scientifically efficacious. And of course, the Safe Food, Save Food campaign, which is probably addressing the core of the enormous food wastage in this country, which is estimated at anywhere between 1 lakh crores upwards. If that can be saved, if that can be recycled, if that can be put into the hands of those who are nutritionally deficient, I think we would have paid many times over our roles in the food processing industry. So I want to thank not only Mr. Gopalakrishnan, but also all of you for your presence today, for your participation today. I want to especially thank all those who have participated in the booths, sharing with us, inspiring us with their ideas and with their passion and with their commitment to take forward the responsibility of good nutrition and safe lives for our people. Thank you very much for your presence. I do hope that you have had a great day today. This will only lead to utility if we are able to translate what we have learned into actions. As I mentioned in the morning, the objective of this conclave is not to be a talk show, not to be an event where all of us come and share things and go back and do exactly what we have been doing yesterday. If tomorrow can be built by what we have learned today, that would be a useful outcome of the National Food Processing Conclave. Thank you all very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your attention.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the conclusion of the Food Processing Conclave 2022, only to be translated into a reality towards a better, a sustainable tomorrow. And I shall fail my duty if I do not share with you these words of Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of committed and thoughtful citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that has. Thank you very much to all of you for your gracious presence throughout the day and for your active participation. Thank you very much. Till then, take care of your bodies, for that is the only place we have to live. See you soon.
In 2021-22, CII proactively expanded its initiatives for national development and industry growth. Supporting industry resurgence, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, crafted a relevant and